Good morning to you. I won't sing, I promise. I sing to my kids. They are not old enough to know that I really can't sing. They just appreciate the effort, so.
So do we.
Thanks. I'll have to stop singing to them here soon, so they'll soon know that their dad really can't sing. He's terrible, actually. Okay, so we're going to get started in about a minute, all right? Get started in about a minute. I got about 9:47. That's okay. Intros and everything like that will go a little quicker this morning than they did yesterday. They always do on day 2. So we'll do that. We'll give everybody another minute to get in. It's good to see your all's faces. Thanks for being here. Awesome. Yep. Wonderful. So good to be here. So it just feels great. Thank you all for coming back for technically day 3, day 2 of traditional conference programming, I guess, but day 3 overall, so we'll do that. I think we've got the live streams up, I think, don't we? I know we're live on the virtual platform. Yesterday during this segment, we had 500, 600, 700 people that were watching live from all over the world, which was pretty cool. And then we had people watching on our social media platforms as well. So we had people watching. We were live streaming to Facebook and to LinkedIn and to Twitter. So we had a number of people watching on those platforms also. So kind of cool. It's not just you. You're actually being joined by people literally from all over the world, which is part of this new hybrid setup. So I'm glad that we could make that possible. That's just kind of neat when you think about it. But anyway, okay. So they're all watching, and I think we're live on those. So I want to, yeah, I got about 9:48. Why don't we go ahead and get started? I'm going to knock out some housekeeping early. That way we get it kind of off the table, and then we can move forward with the actual programming or the reason that you're here. I know you're not here to hear me speak. Don't blame you. But I am going to get a few things in before we officially kick off today and get started. I do, again, officially thank you for being here. We came back this year. Obviously, we were all virtual last year in 2020. The world was kind of turned upside down. We all know what happened. We were all there. And it's still, we're getting back on the road to normal, hopefully. Things are getting much better. And, Delta threw us a curveball, I know. Before Delta, we were all excited and euphoric about truly getting back to normal. And then we were all thrown that collective curveball. So I know we've adjusted, right, just like a hitter does in baseball. Pitcher's got a good curveball, you adjust. Now you're on the lookout for the curveball as well. So we're doing that as a society, and this is part of it, right? Getting back and kind of getting back in the saddle and resuming life as we knew it before. But it's going to go slowly, but you got to start somewhere. And this is getting started, really. So we're grateful that you're here. We're grateful that you've taken a chance on us and you've gone through the safety protocols and you've kind of followed the rules and all the protocols that we have in place. Hopefully you feel safe while you're here. We've really tried to make this a very safe environment for you. And we understand that, a lot of people are hesitant. A lot of people still don't feel comfortable, which is why we're doing the virtual stuff. So we respect that 200%, and Lord knows, we understand, right? We get it. We totally understand. So the fact that you're here means a lot, and for everybody joining virtually, it really means a lot as well, because, again, we hope to see you in Raleigh next year. We're already planning 2022, so we would like to see you in person here next year. We hope things are much better, and we hope we're much further down the road by next October. I want to thank our sponsors and our partners as well. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. So by all means, while you're here, please go out and say hello, introduce yourself, and maybe say a personal thank you to them. All of this costs money, and if you've ever done this on the organizer side, kind of on the back end, none of this is free, or very little of this is free, which is, the way it should be. Everybody's got to make a living, and everyone has bills to pay and things to support and financial obligations. But they help to make this possible, and I just want to sincerely thank them for doing that. They, too, took a chance on us. No one quite knew what to expect, I think, getting back to in-person for the first time in 1.5 to 2 years. For us, it's been 2 years. So the fact that they rolled the dice and they trusted us and our judgment and the safety protocols that we put in place really means a lot. So our speakers as well, I know we're going to get to our unbelievable keynote speakers here very soon, but our speakers have done a lot, and we very much appreciate them. As I said at the speaker sponsor dinner last night, we always do one for them. they are the show. They're why you show up, and you're here to hear their content. You attend to hear their content. So without them, we couldn't do this. So we never take that for granted, and the fact that they're here and they submit talks, and it really takes a lot to put a talk together and create slides and plan, talk, and in some cases multiple talks out. So we don't take that for granted either. So our speakers are superheroes in our eyes, and we're just very grateful that speakers would be here. And we hope you enjoy their talks, and I would encourage you to attend as many as you can while you're here. I want to thank, we had a social last night here for those of you that attended. How many went to the Riot demo thingy last night? Wow, they really did a great job. Thank you all for doing that. Those of you that were there, thank you very much. It was a great crowd. We had maybe 400 or 500 people there, I think. Kind of reminded me of the olden days, kind of like the pre-COVID times. It wasn't jammed, it wasn't wall to wall, but there were enough people there that you could really network and talk, and I don't know, it felt good. So Riot really did a great job. They obviously hosted the event, so I want to thank Riot, but I also want to thank Styra for sponsoring. Is anyone here from Styra? Anyone here this morning? I know they're outside. Okay, I thought someone might have popped in for this segment. But Styra helped us make that social last night possible as well. Okay, so can you bring up the slide of the mobile app? How many played the game yesterday? Okay, so if you're watching virtually, you know what I mean by the game. You're playing virtually. You're being rewarded for actions and clicks and things like that, watching talks. But we're doing the same thing here in person. And I know on site yesterday, this is the first time that we've done this in person. We didn't know what the participation rates would be. We didn't know if anyone would even do it. But a lot of people did it, and we were very, very grateful for that. So, but before you do this, if you're here for the first time, if today's your first day, or if you haven't downloaded the mobile app, in order for you to play and accumulate points, you've got to download the app. So there are the instructions. We posted these at the registration table, but not everyone saw them, and we also included them in the email that goes out to everybody, but not everybody sees that. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to let you know that's how you download the mobile app, and you can get points for this session, and then for our partner tables, our exhibit tables, and then for the wrap-up keynote this evening, it'll work in exactly the same way. The only thing that's different today is that there is no Riot. Yesterday, Riot was a line item. It was actually a field, and you could get points for attending the Riot event, which is what happened. And then we announced our winners, and we actually gave away the top technology prizes at the Riot event last night, which was pretty cool. The winners, somewhat stunned. They knew they were at the top of the leaderboard, but I don't think a lot of people believe we'd really give away the prizes that we said we were going to give away. Not that they doubted us or they thought we were lying. I'm not, implying that. But when they actually were holding a System 76 laptop and a MacBook Pro, I think it became real. They were like, oh my God, I really won this. This really was for real. So, but we're going to do exactly the same thing today, and we'll do the same thing virtually as well. So hopefully that's a fun element for you. And it was just fun. So this is not applicable to our virtual people that are joining virtually, but if you're here in person, if you downloaded the app, the code for this session is Pluto2, Pluto2, as in the planet, Pluto and the number 2, Pluto2. And if you enter that into the field, hit submit, you're actually awarded points. Now, when I think of Pluto, I think of the planet because my 4-year-old son knows the planets in order. I'm proud of that. But I think of it as Mickey Mouse's dog. That's how I would explain it to him. So everything is in the context of Walt Disney. And anyway, so it's Pluto 2 if you're playing. Okay, so I'm going to call on Major League Hacking. John, come on up. We have partnered with Major League Hacking this year. They are an amazing partner. We're extremely grateful to have their partnership. We've wanted to partner with them for a long time. I said this last night at the dinner. They're an amazing organization doing amazing things. They're here. They have a table right outside, a booth right outside, but they have taken nominations. They're doing open source awards, and they're recognizing award winners, and they're going to announce a number, I think maybe 2 winners today, 2 more winners today. So John, take that away.
Thanks.
You bet.
All righty. Good morning, everyone. Hello again. Is everyone having a good time? I'm having a great time. Wow, that was really weak. We need more coffee. Is everyone having a good time? Okay. Thank you, much better. Thank you, Todd. So for those of you who were here yesterday, this will be a little bit of a repeat. I'm John Gottfried, one of the co-founders of Major League Hacking. We're right outside that door with a big colorful booth and snacks. And we, this is our first year at ATO, but we've been involved in the open source space for a long time. And when we partnered with the conference, we realized that we wanted to recognize a lot of the folks here who are involved in the community and doing really awesome stuff. And so we created these open source awards. We had 3 categories for the awards, which I'll tell you about in just a second. If you haven't heard of MLH before, we work with hundreds of thousands of early career developers to bridge that gap from like foundational coding knowledge to actually knowing how to build software and get a job in the industry. We work with a lot of open source projects because we think they're an amazing learning vehicle and have a really low barrier to entry. And a lot of our partners are here, so hi. The awards are meant, though, to recognize standout projects and initiatives in the open source world. We had 3 categories this year, the first of which was our community category, which we announced yesterday going to Mapillary. Today we're going to talk about the Next Generation Award and the Diversity and Inclusion Award. The Next Generation Award is for the project that has done incredible work welcoming and building an on-ramp for the next generation of open source contributors and maintainers. And the Diversity and Inclusion Award is about the project that not only built a diverse community of their own contributors, but also had an impact on the wider world. So without further ado, I will announce those 2 winners. The Next Generation Award is going to a small but up-and-coming project that was nominated, where they've created utilities and documentation to help new developers better understand an entire code base. I don't know about you, but like when I go work on a new open source project, it still takes me a really, really long time to wrap my head around everything that's going on, and that's exacerbated for new developers. And this project has done incredible work smoothing out that on-ramp and making it easier for new people to get involved. And so we are giving the Next Generation Award, I'm going to get the name right here, to Code C and OSS Port. So give them a round of applause. And I'll read you a little bit about them. Code C is committed to helping all developers take part in open source projects with confidence and ease. Today, they pursue this goal through OSS Port, an open source community dedicated to helping developers overcome the barriers to taking on a code base. Very philosophically aligned with us, and I think many of you as well. So congratulations to Code C. The second award that we're giving out today is our Diversity and Inclusion Award. And this one really stuck out to us for a number of reasons. They were able to, I think, kind of approach a real-world issue and a real-world movement through open source, and then also get their tools out to the community they wanted to serve in a really short period of time. You know, a lot of open source work is by developers for developers. They were able to create an open source project that got used by, at this point, hundreds of thousands of non-technical people out in the world fighting for racial justice. And that was really incredible and impressive to us. And so the Diversity and Inclusion Award is going to Call for Code for Racial Justice. Give them a round of applause. Yeah. And I'll tell you about a little about them. So many of you are probably familiar with Call for Code. It's an IBM initiative that's been going on for many years. You know, in response to a lot of the protests that rose up around systemic issues against, you know, police injustice towards black people, they created Call for Code for Racial Justice, and they were able to recruit about 25 subject matter experts to partner with their open source developers and create real world solutions. And the one that's received a lot of adoption is a project called 5/5 Voter, which is a one-stop shop for voters to understand how to exercise their right to vote. And they were able to get this adopted by the YMCA of Los Angeles, which has about 500,000 community members that they work with. And so this open source work that developers were able to build with them is now out in the world being used for actual good, which is incredible. And you know, I was really impressed, and our judges were really impressed by that. So I want to give both of those winners a huge round of applause. They did a great job. We're planning to do this again next year, and so keep an eye out for outstanding projects. Thank you all. Awesome. Thanks, Todd, and come say hi at our booth. We're right across the way.
Encourage you to do it. Thank you. And by the way, Major League Hacking is a certified B Corp. I know you all probably already know that, but when we started to look into partnership and pursuing a partnership, that certainly meant a lot to us because so are we. We're also a certified B Corp, so we share a lot of the same values. So I did at least want to point that out. Also, again, I know I'm going to repeat something very quickly before we bring Ali up. I really appreciate everyone complying with safety protocols. Trust me, I know 2 years ago, never in a million years would I have thought we would be in this position. I did not see all this coming. I'll tell you that. I'm not clairvoyant. I can't predict the future, and even if I could, I'm not even sure I would have predicted something like this, frankly. And I know that's contradictory, but you know what I mean. I think you know the point I'm trying to make. So I really appreciate that. We're grateful for that. We have a mask mandate because Raleigh put that in place, but we also agree with the mask mandate because we think it shows respect to fellow attendees and fellow human beings. So I just want to thank you all for complying for that while you're here in the building. The good news is it's a beautiful day outside. So if today you get tired of wearing it, you can always step outside and you've got great, great weather. It's supposed to be low 70s, no humidity and sunshine. So the weather cooperated with us this year in a very big way. But I do want to thank you for all you complying and just working with us on that. This is something new for us too. We're learning best practices and best protocols to follow. So we want to really just thank you sincerely for you just working with us. Okay, so Ali, come on up. First speaker is Ali Spittle with AWS Amplify. We are thrilled to have Ali here. Ali, you spoke in the before times here, right? Back when it was all those days ago. But we're grateful to have you here. The topic of your talk is one that we love, about teaching. Those who can do should also teach. And we really look forward to your talk. So thank you. I'll yield it to you. You're why they're here. So
okay,
I'm going to yield it to you.
So excited too. It's amazing to be in person. I've not been on a real stage in 2 years. So this is so cool. And to see your faces, at least half of them. So I'm going to be talking about teaching, which is a topic very near and dear to my heart. You may have heard the saying, those who can do, those who can't do, teach. And it's my least favorite saying ever, so the title of this is a play on that. So I first want you to remember when you were learning to code. So for me, I thought that I was stepping into a computer science classroom. I was going to learn how to format Microsoft Word documents better. That's what I thought computer science was. I instead was given a piece of paper with Python code on it and was asked to type that into the computer. And I thought it was magical that I could type something in and tell the computer to do it. I instantly fell in love. And maybe you have a similar story. Maybe you started hacking on MySpace or Neopets. Or maybe you got a programming book and thought this was really, really cool. Or maybe you wanted a career change, and so you got into tech for that reason. But that's awesome too. And so there's some awesome thing about code that drew you in and kept you hooked. I think of it like adult Legos. I get paid to build things, and I think that's pretty awesome too. So I have some questions for you, and those of you at home need to do this as well. So raise your hand if you've ever had to deal with a really tough bug. It's probably almost everybody. Who's dealt with imposter syndrome? Who's wanted to quit programming at some point? Yeah, me too. So pretty much everybody agrees on this. So it's your job to make it so that that's a little bit easier for the next person. And so we have more rainbows and unicorns and less imposter syndrome and less frustration. Let's make this industry a better place for everybody. Hi, I'm Allie. I teach people to code. I'm still a licensed teacher in the state of New York. I went through education classes in school, and then I was a faculty lead for a coding boot camp, and now I lead a developer advocacy team. And in all these positions, I have taught. Even when I was a software engineer, I was teaching a lot on the job. You're a teacher too, so let's do another pop quiz. Who here has ever mentored another developer at work? Who here has ever answered a question on Stack Overflow or from a colleague? Who's written documentation or a blog post? Who here's managed somebody? Yeah, a lot of people. Pat yourself on the back, you're a teacher. So I have some advice for getting better at your newly found side gig of teaching. So think back again to when you were learning to code. At first, it was probably the coolest thing ever. You were, again, building games or something really, really fun. You were able to make a hello world, and everything just felt shiny and new. But after that, it got a little bit more difficult. You started running into those error messages, and you started to doubt yourself a little bit more. Well, learning is really, really hard. I dropped out of computer science in my junior year of college, and now I've been a software engineer in some format for about 8 years, including leadership roles. So the fact that I thought that it wasn't for me and I wasn't smart enough or talented enough was wrong. And so learning is really, really hard. Be empathetic to your learners. Some things may take them longer to click with, and that's okay. Instill that in whoever you're teaching. I stand by the fact that oftentimes intermediate folks are the best teachers because they just went through the struggles themselves. They see the hard parts, and they're able to relate those to the people that are learning. I have a challenge for you. If you haven't been new at something for a while, I challenge you to go do something that you're new at. So whether that is rock climbing or aerial yoga, which is something I got really into before the pandemic, or taking an art class or a music class. Do something that you're new at and put yourself in those shoes again and feel what it's like to be new, because it's really exciting, but it's also terrifying. You don't want to make a fool of yourself, but it's okay if you are, because you're new. So something that I really try to instill with learners is a growth mindset. It's been scientifically proven that having the thought process that your ability to grow and to extend your talents and knowledge is one of the key predictors of success. And so if you're working with new people, celebrate their wins. That hello world is a huge deal for them. Celebrate it with them. But also celebrate when your employee has implemented an awesome new feature, even if it's kind of small. Celebrate these wins. It's going to keep people motivated to keep learning. So I always would show this chart on my first day of teaching a new coding boot camp. And you're probably pretty familiar with this as well. So you started learning something, and you're like, this is the coolest thing ever. I'm so excited. I'm going to be able to build all the things with it. And then you start to learn a little bit more, and you're like, oh no, this is actually going to be much, much harder. Instead of taking 30 minutes to solve this bug, it's going to take me 2 days. Whoops. And then you get to this really low point, and you're like, oh, actually, I don't know if this is possible yet. I'm searching all the Stack Overflow questions from 2004 and not getting my answer. Maybe it's just impossible. But then you fix it, and you're like, oh, that's actually not too bad. I'm excited again, and I can build new things. And then you get to the point where you're fully fulfilled with your new knowledge. You can use your new skill. And when you're learning a new thing, it's emotional. You go through this cycle. Maybe you go through this cycle 40 times in one day. But what your job is to make it so that that valley of despair is a little bit less of a valley for the next person. Make it a little bit less steep. And whether that's answering a question, adding documentation, or writing a blog post, that's going to make somebody else's life a little bit easier. So do that. I know we've all been in that valley of despair before. Also, you're trying to teach somebody to teach themselves. If I was still a jQuery engineer, I think I'd be at a very different point in my career. Things grow and change with tech so rapidly that the most important thing that somebody can do is be able to teach themselves that new thing that's coming out. Because we've all done that, and we've all had to do that. So instill this when you're teaching somebody. Show them how to distill what's a good resource and what's a bad resource. Show them how to Google things more correctly. Show them like Google filters or something along those lines. Show them where they can find the resources to build something themselves. If you're just teaching somebody to build exactly what you're teaching them to build, it's not really teaching them. What you want to be doing is teaching them to build the thing that they want to build, not what you're teaching them exactly. Also, know your audience. So I lead a developer advocacy team, so our job is to teach customers about our product. What I have my managees do, or my team do, is build out personas. So who's the ideal person who's going to interact with our product? Who are these different personas? Who are these different people? What are the problems that they face? Where are they at in their career? Where do they hang out online? How many of them are there? Then if you're writing to that person, or you're creating content for that person, you know who that person is, and you can imagine them and think through them. If you're writing a beginner blog post and you're using all sorts of fancy jargon, you're probably not going to appeal to that beginner audience. And the inverse is true too. If you're writing an advanced piece of content and you're adding in what a variable is, you're going to be turning off that advanced learner. So have that one person in mind that you're writing to. I promise it'll appeal to a lot more people outside of that. Also, if you're teaching something like a workshop, get information about them ahead of time. Hey, what's your comfort level with React? Everybody raise your hand on 0 to 5. That's a way to pull your audience really quickly to understand their comfort level of things. Here's what a lesson actually looks like. So the first one is learning objectives. Especially adult learners love to know where they're going with the lesson. They love to know what they're going to learn ahead of time so that they have a roadmap in mind. So that's the first part. The second part is framing. Why should they care about this thing? Why is it important? Why is it relevant to them? Why are they going to use it on the job someday? The next part is practicing. So is talking about the thing. Why is it important? Here's a diagram showing the workflow of this. Then we talk about the thing together, and we write code together. So I might be typing on my keyboard, but it's up on a projector like this, so everybody can follow along. Then group work. You all do. Different students can teach each other. Application is the most important part of anything, though. Having exercises that people work on is the most critical part of all of this. And then you do is independent work once that group work is done. Sometimes this could just be homework or something along those lines. Then you always want to review and have checks for understanding. So one of the PMs on my team always gives me documents to read, and at the end, he asks me very pointed questions about my reading to make sure that I got from that document what he wanted me to. And if I answer wrong, that's a good sign to him that he has to go change that document to make the point better. And checks for understanding are exactly the same thing when you're teaching somebody. You ask them pointed questions to make sure that they're understanding it so that you can adapt your teaching. These aren't like pop quizzes where you're grading people on that. You're making sure you're doing a good job teaching. So that's a really important part of the process too. And if you're not reviewing information, it's just going to not sink in for people. They need to actively retrieve that information and come back to it. So I remember when I was learning to code that the red error messages that I would sometimes get in my console were terrifying. I thought it meant that I was a failure and broke my code and everything was wrong. But as you grow as a developer, you learn that those error messages are your best friend. Create a safe place for your students or your managees to fail, because if you don't have that place, it's going to stunt their curiosity and creativity, and you want that in your team. So make sure that people can learn from their failures and have a safe place to do that, and that they have the ability to communicate with you those failures as well, because finding out from somebody else is much worse than learning out from them. Linking is one of the most important concepts in teaching. It's linking new information to information that they know already. So, hey everybody, you learned what a variable was back in algebra class. Can anybody explain to me what a variable is? Okay, awesome. Well, today we're going to be learning about variables again, but this time it's in JavaScript. So you've seen that before. Another thing that I would always do is I would teach object-oriented programming by asking everybody to go find a utensil in their house, so like a fork, spoon, knife. And then I'd have them write an object about it, or a hash map, or a dictionary, whatever language you're using. And then we'd say, hey, if we were going to build a web app with all these utensils, it'd be pretty hard because you all have similar information, but they're not standardized. You all have different keys and values. And so let's use OOP in order to make this more standard. And then we'd use the utensils throughout teaching the whole class on object-oriented programming. Okay, so you may have heard about learning styles, like different people are auditory or visual learners or kinesthetic. And that's true, but science mostly says that most people don't actually have that learning style. They may like learning in a certain style, but the way that people learn is actually if they learn the same thing multiple ways in different formats. So if you read a blog post and also watch a video on the same topic, and then also build an app with that. So all of these different formats together make the best learning system. I use this as a developer advocate too. I reuse my content. So if I write a blog post, I'm always going to have a video to go along with it. I mean, I have a script written for me already, so I can use that, but I can also hit different learning styles, and somebody can use that blog post to go along with their video. This is something that I see all the time with programmers. I know you've been doing this forever, but your learner hasn't. And so if you're giving them 5 minutes to learn what took you 10 years to learn, it's going to overwhelm them. Give them what they need to know first. Start slow and steady and gradually, and then give them more and more information as you go. Don't overwhelm them. Don't just teach in order to show your knowledge and how smart you are. Instead, teach what they need to know. So I see so much jargon hate on social media, and I agree with it to an extent, but we need a shared language as an industry. A lot of these terms mean something and are going to allow us to converse more as programmers. So I say use jargon, but break it down. Tell the person the first couple times that you use that piece of jargon what that word means. It's going to make it so that they can use that term themselves and break it down if they need to in an interview or something along those lines. Also, emphasize the unimportance of memorization. Tech interviewers, I'm looking at you. This is one of the most common graphs within teaching education. It's Bloom's taxonomy. Memorizing something is the very base of the pyramid. It's the lowest level. Creating with it is really high up. So if they built out an open source project with something, that shows that they understand something way more than you pop quizzing them in an interview. Ask them to evaluate the difference between different frameworks. That's going to show their understanding of the pros and cons as well. They can always look up the syntax. That's not what's important. Them being able to create with it is really important. So teach the why and the how, not just the syntax. Teach more than that. What are the use cases that they're going to use this at work? How's that going to look? And make sure that they practice all the time as well. I see this so much with new programmers where they'll do tutorial after tutorial after tutorial, but not actually build anything with that, and the knowledge just never sinks in. They don't know how to write these things. They can just view it in a blog post. So make sure that you're making people apply their knowledge, or if you're teaching yourself something, make sure that you're building something with it. Also, it's okay to not know something yourself if you're teaching somebody. In fact, that's super valuable for your learner because they probably think that they need to know everything about everything immediately. I know early in my career, I would stack up on courses online about every single random topic you could imagine, from game development to C++ to AngularJS, and there was no need for that. I didn't need to know all of that, but I felt like you needed to know everything. But if you show your learners that you don't, you can always say, hey, I don't know the answer to that question, but let's look it up together in a few minutes. That'll make them feel like you're willing to help them out, you're there for them. However, you still have gaps in your knowledge, and that's totally fine. They're going to always have that as well. So I wake up feeling so lucky in the morning that I get to teach people to code. It's a magical experience for both parties. I get to talk about this thing that I love and see it sink in for somebody else too. It's so cool. And I get to learn a lot myself from it too. I have been able to challenge myself to learn so much more than I would have if I didn't have to teach the thing. If you can't explain something to a beginner, chances are you don't actually know that thing that well. Plus, people think you're an expert at things, and you get to talk on stages like this. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to be doing a longer session on teaching later. I'm a Spittle everywhere. Thanks so much.
Great talk, Allie. Thank you so much. So your first talk in 2 years, in person. I know you've done some other speaking, but thank you for joining us in person. And yes, as Allie said, she is going to be right here on this stage, right? I think you stay right here. So once we wrap up the keynote block, we will then pull the air walls. And for those of you watching virtually, this is not nearly as applicable. Well, it's not applicable to you, but for those of you here, this is applicable. We'll pull the air walls, and this large room will become 3 breakout rooms. And Developer 1 will be here, and Allie will be delivering a 45-minute extended version of that talk right here on this stage. So with that, okay, so keep in mind, this is a hybrid event, right? We're getting back into the flow of things. You know, we're doing as much as we can to, you know, along the lines of the older event or what we used to be in person, but we're also doing virtual events as well. So we've got a really nice blend of on-site and virtual keynote speakers this morning. So Rizel is going to join us virtually. So let's go ahead. Rizel Scarlett is with GitHub. Let me tell you a story as we're bringing Rizel up. This is how I learned about Rizel. We obviously were active on Twitter, but I saw someone tweet thanking Rizel for helping them contribute to open source for the first time. And it was a heartfelt thank you, and it was heartfelt enough that it jumped off the screen to me. And I thought, wow, that was really nice. You know, must have really provided some help, some true help, true assistance, if someone was thanking, you know, them that profusely on Twitter. So I went ahead and kind of followed the trail, and you know, I looked into it, and it led me to Rizel's blog, the blog post that led to her speaking today. So it's a great blog. I would encourage you to check it out. But the title of the talk is Overcoming the Fear of Contributing to Open Source. And I know a lot of people have that fear because we hear it. We hear it a lot. Well, how do I make my first contribution? Do I have to be a developer or a programmer? Does it have to be a technical contribution? I don't know. Are people going to judge me? Are they going to think I don't know what I'm doing if I contribute and it's in public, et cetera? So I think the next talk is really overcoming that fear, and it's especially relevant to us in this group. So that's why we asked Rizel to speak. So with all that, I'm going to part the stage, you know, get off the stage here and yield the screen and the monitors to Rizel Scarlett with GitHub. Thank you.
All right, awesome. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me and see me. I guess the chat will let me know if not. But like Todd said, I'm going to be talking about overcoming the fear of contributing to open source. So I'm going to share my screen now. All right, great. Give me a second. So we're going to talk mainly about how I overcame the fear of contributing to open source. And clicker on. I'll just do this. So basically, I've been a software engineer for about 3 years, but I basically procrastinated contributing to open source for almost all 3 of those years. Literally, everybody was telling me, you should contribute to open source. And I was like, yeah, I know. But every single time I've tried, I feel very frustrated, intimidated, and anxious. And I'd start worrying, am I even choosing the right project for myself? Will I feel excluded? Because I heard about a lot of negative experiences in open source. I also wasn't sure how to navigate some of the projects. Sometimes the code base would be so large, and I'd be like, wow, I'm not really sure where to start in the project. And then I also wasn't sure if I'd be valuable to the project or the community. So I decided I'm just not going to do it, right? Why would I spend my time coding for free when I already code for money? I do this as a full-time job. I don't need to code just for the fun of it. Before I go any further, I'm going to introduce myself. My name's Rizel. I'm a junior developer advocate at GitHub currently. I'm also a bootcamp grad, so I'm a non-traditional software engineer. I really love React. I love SQL. and I'm a big fan of Chloe and Halle Bailey. So we're going to take a quick detour for those people who don't know who Chloe and Halle Bailey are. They're a sister singing duo who started off on YouTube, and they're starting to get really big. Like Halle is currently going to play the lead role in the live action Little Mermaid. So she's going to be Ariel. They're currently being mentored by Beyonce, and they're like my personal life goals. So I was like, all right, so if I'm aiming to be as great as them, but in tech, and I had just gotten an offer to work at GitHub, which is like the home of open source projects. And B. Dougie would be my manager and mentor. And he ironically calls himself a Beyonce advocate. I decided, like, why not give open source another try? So I made my first contribution to open source in August, and it was completely worth it, at least in my opinion. And the benefits for me were that I got to learn something new. I gained a new community, and I had something new to blog and tweet about. I really love blogging and tweeting about like technical things and having conversations about that. So that gave me another topic. And then I also felt very empowered and confident. You know, every time you make that first pull request or merge your first pull request in a code base you don't know, or you're new to it, it always feels very empowering. And it felt even more empowering because this was something I was scared to do. So what were the things that I ended up doing differently? I set myself up for success this time around. Like I said before, I would always get frustrated, but this time I decided to approach it a little bit differently. So this time I got a support system, I started small, and I followed the best practices that were outlined in that project. And I'll go into each of these a little deeper. So when I say I gained a support system, or what that can look like for you, is you can just simply start by introducing yourself in whatever group chat that project has. A lot of times open source projects have like a Slack or a Discord you can chat in. That's a great way to get to know the people and then also gain a sense of belonging. Another thing is just reaching out to maintainers of that open source project and like building a relationship with them. And then personally for me, reminding myself that I knew other engineers who would be willing to assist me if anything really bad happened. Like I sat down and I was like, wait a minute, my husband's a software engineer. I graduated from a coding bootcamp and I have other friends who are software engineers from that coding bootcamp. So if anything went really wrong, they would be able to assist me. So here's just a screenshot of me talking to B. Dougie, and he basically encouraged me to contribute to his project, and he told me he would mentor me if anything happened. I ended up not having to reach out to him, but just knowing that like I could was definitely like empowering for me, and I felt a little bit more comfortable. And then also here's a screenshot of me introducing myself in the chat. And everybody embraced me. So that made me feel like, okay, cool. I'm gonna just continue to contribute. I feel part of this community. And I feel like they're close enough to me that I'd be able to ask them a question. All right, so now starting small. I decided to start small. Like I said before, I used to spiral and be like, oh my gosh, is this the right project? This code base is so big, I don't know where to start. So this time I took the first day to thoroughly read through the documentation and get a better idea of like how the project is built, how they want you to contribute, and everything that it required. And then I also explored the code base. So I tried to get a better understanding of like what functions were doing what, why was this happening? That way, before I picked up a ticket or an issue, I would know, or I would have an idea of where that is in the application. And then I also picked up an issue that felt achievable to me. I didn't want to sandbag it and just like do like a documentation ticket that was just like fixing a typo. I wanted to do something that I would feel proud of, but I also didn't want to do something that would make me feel super overwhelmed. I also joined the triage team, and I'll go into that a little bit more, but that's a really good option if you're not feeling comfortable coding in that project yet. So here's just an example of what good documentation can look like in a project. Definitely look out for the contributing guidelines or the contributing.md. It's just a markdown file that kind of writes out like how they expect contributors to behave, like code of conduct wise and like how to make pull requests, how to wait for changes. This one in particular is from virtualcoffee.io, and I think it's like a really great example. So if you're looking to contribute to an open source project, look for a contributing.md because it's a good indicator that the project is welcoming, that it's inclusive, and then it's well organized. Okay, now regarding the triage role or the triage team, this is a great role in my opinion if you're not comfortable coding yet. So let's say you really like a project, you want to contribute, but you don't know like Ruby on Rails or something. It's a good way for you to just kind of get comfortable. Or if you want to like exercise your non-technical skills and you're thinking of transitioning over into like project management or like product ownership, a lot of times in the triage role, you're going to be writing, organizing, labeling and prioritizing issues. You might be helping to review code. You might be doing a little bit of QA work. And in the end, you'll be the maintainer's hero because a lot of times this is work that they have to do. And of course, there's just not enough time in the day to get it all done. So I'm sure they would appreciate that help. I do want to note that not every open source project has a triage role or a triage team, but it's definitely good to inquire about it. The last thing I did that really helped was just following best practices. I was very nervous that I would make a pull request and people would like laugh and be like, oh my gosh, what is this code? But just by double checking the contributing MD, I was able to be like, yes, I am styling the components the way that this community expects it to be styled. I'm formatting my code right. So I was able to like move a little bit more confidently and be like, cool, I followed the rules. So if anything is wrong with my pull request, it's probably just like suggestions for improvement. I also linked my pull request to my issue, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So basically, when you open up a pull request and you write a comment about your pull request, you can essentially just say like, this closes the issue number 27 as this person's doing in this GIF right here. And basically, this allows you to automatically reflect the progress of an issue based on your pull request. That way, everyone in the community is not wondering like, is this issue in progress? Is it completed? You kind of give that transparency. And the way you do it, like we see in this GIF, is you just say closes and then you follow it by the issue number, or you can say fixes and the issue number, or resolves and the issue number. Okay, so let's talk about how to contribute. So hopefully you're feeling a little bit more confident and like you can do this. If I did it, you definitely can. So basically just find the project you're comfortable and interested in. And the way you will find that is basically think about projects and tools that you like using. One of them being like React is an example. Like I use React every day, or maybe you use Visual Studio Code. Those are good examples of contributing to an open source project that exists and something that you use every day. Also, try leveraging some first-time contributor aggregators. There's a lot of websites out there that talk about like, okay, these are good first issues, or these are projects with good first issues opened. Firsttimersonly.com is a good one to check out. That was very helpful for me when navigating the open source space. Also, search for open source topics. If you go on github.com and go to topics and then go to Hacktoberfest, that is a good place to figure out which projects are looking for contributors right now, like during Hacktober. So what is Hacktober? Right now in October, basically, we're encouraging people to contribute to open source, and they're doing this by having a little competition, right? So if you make 4 or more Hacktoberfest accepted pull requests, you can win swag, you can get a tree planted in your name. And also, I want to add that you should read the contributing guidelines. I really can't repeat this enough times. I just said it, but it was really helpful to me because it makes it easier for you and the maintainer. Instead of you like constantly asking questions, usually the contributing guidelines kind of have some frequently asked questions and answers to those in there. And then also I want to just specify the difference between a README and a contributing.md, which I didn't know at first. The README is just like how to use the project. But the contributing.md is how to contribute to the project. So definitely look at both of those. And then get comfortable with the workflow. The workflow of contributing to an open source project is a little bit different. Like making a pull request is not the same as you would on your job or on a personal project that you have. So with making it a pull request, you got to fork the project first, then you have to clone it, and you have to make a branch commit and then push your changes. But after you do all of that, you need to make a pull request comparing forks rather than just comparing branches. And I will show y'all a picture of that. Cool. So basically, once you click compare across forks, you'll change the base repository from the original one, and the head repository will be the forked one, and you'll compare those two branches. I say this just because I was confused about it, and I told a couple of other friends to contribute, and they were also confused. So I'm just gonna quickly name a couple of projects you can check out. The first one is Julia. It is a general purpose programming language often used in the scientific computing community. Basically, it solves a two-language problem where it excels in performance and readability. And currently, an organization called Pumas uses Julia, and they used it to help accelerate the development of Moderna and Pfizer for COVID. And if you don't know the language, they have a ton of resources for you to learn how to write in it. There's also Open Source, which is the project I contributed to, and that just enables onboarding for new contributors to open source, and it's built on top of GitHub's GraphQL API. So if you want to learn a bit more about GraphQL, this is a good project to get involved in. And then there's also Virtual Coffee. Their mission is completely just to be welcoming and inclusive, and they also have like their own open source project. So this would be a great way if this is your first time to just dive in, try it out, and get comfortable, and they will provide mentorship for you. And then there's Forum, which is what Dev.2 is built on top of. And it's just an open source software for building communities. Dev.2 is a blog if you guys aren't familiar with it, but it has a ton of issues open right now. So I definitely would encourage you to contribute to that. And then there's just a few others. There's the self-defined app, Blitz.js, OctoKit, Supabase, Cypress, Gatsby, and the GitHub CLI. These are all things you've probably used before. So why not give back and contribute to them if they've benefited you in the past? I want to end by saying you don't have to rush your journey. Let it take as much time as you want it to, but you can start today by making little steps towards accomplishing your goal of contributing to open source. Before I go, I want y'all to please follow me at Black Girl Bytes. That's my handle on Twitter, on Hashnode, and on GitHub. I will definitely follow back. And I want to thank All Things Open for giving me the space to speak. Thank you.
All right. Great talk. Thank you. And Rizel, I'm going to apologize to Rizel for getting her name wrong. We spoke before this. Obviously, we do prep calls and things like that before we do keynotes and host conferences and everything. And I said Rizel as opposed to Rizel. So again, I just want to publicly apologize to you, Rizel, for mispronouncing your name. We went over this before, and I managed to still get it wrong. That was totally on me, 100%. And I'll take, issue a public apology for that. That was 100% my fault. Anyway, I think that was a great talk. We talked to a lot of people that do have a fear of contributing. And obviously, if we want more people contributing, we've got to recognize that people do have some apprehension. Maybe in many cases, there's apprehension there. So I think that talk really did a great job of addressing some of that and hopefully helping you along. I would encourage you to follow her as well. And she's obviously helped a ton of people. Again, that's what initially led to our introduction and our speaking, because people were thanking her for helping them contribute for the first time. So we place a lot of value on that. And again, I'm glad that this worked out and she was able to speak here today. So I do want to move next, introduce our next speaker. It's Peter Zetsef with Percona. Many of you may be local to the Triangle, you know Peter. Those of you watching virtually, we have more than 500 tuning in virtually right now on the virtual platform from all over the world. You probably know Peter as well. He has a big international presence. He's based here in the Triangle. I've known Peter now for a long time. He's a fantastic world-class technologist, obviously. His company, Percona, just celebrated their 15-year anniversary. So they've been around a solid 15 years. You've been a big supporter of ours. You've been super nice to us, and we're very, very grateful. But the topic of your talk, it's one I've always been captivated by, which is it's really the topic of databases. I think it's, my opinion, just personal opinion and our opinion, one of the most underappreciated aspects of technology. Everyone uses them, but very few people really focus on them or talk about them, at least in our experience. I know Peter certainly talks about them, and he hosts a great conference called Percona Live every year, the database, open source database conference in the world. I've been. It's a great event. I would encourage you to go if you haven't been already. But anyway, we just think it's an extremely important topic. So the state of open source databases in 2021, we thought who better in the world or on planet Earth to deliver the topic than Peter Zetsef. So we're happy you're here. Thank you very much. I'll yield to you and take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, Yes, so database are indeed very unappreciated topic, I think. I like to talk to people what with databases, you can compare that like, plumbing in your house. It is not quite sexy. That is not the first thing you come to think about when you're designing your house, right? But if it breaks, then that is a big problem, right? If somebody hits here some plumbing accidents, you guys know, and database are the same. That is something quite invisible, but it is very, very important to get right. Well, with that, I'm going to talk about the state of open source databases. And considering that is not the database conference, I thought I would focus more on the open source piece than a database piece, but look at that through my angle of open source database, because that is the environment where I work myself. So if I would ask you, what is the biggest thing impacting the open source right now? What do we see people talk a lot in the industry and so on? Anyone? Well, as I talk to the people, many would say that is a cloud. Cloud and open source, there's a lot of discussion about what is going on, how cloud impacts the open source. Is it going to kill open source as we know it, or empower open source? And I think what the cloud impacts open source in a very interesting way. From one way, it really allows to maximize and simplify adoption. A lot of projects out there was quite hard to adopt until we could really get it deployed in a cloud with a couple of clicks. But also it changes the opportunities in how cloud can be, how open source can be monetized, right? Because now a lot of monetization may belong to the cloud vendors compared to the traditional companies which has built open source. The thing is, I think the words from Martin Smikas, who was the CEO of MySQL IB, come as a very wise, is what the open source on its own is not a business model. You can think about that as a distribution model, development model, but that is not a business model, and it actually empowers many business models you can create in this space, and cloud impacts them in all the different way. So for example, one of the very interesting impacts of a cloud is pretty much hijacking the GPL license. Many vendors, such as MySQL, would say, well, you know what, if you want to build commercial applications on our products, you cannot use a GPL version, you have to buy the commercial license. Guess what? It does not work in the cloud, right? AWS and other cloud vendors are able to use and modify MySQL, building software like Amazon Aurora, and they don't have to pay Oracle, who is now a copyright holder for MySQL database, a dime for doing that, right? Things has changed. I think in this case, we also see a very different take based on how projects are governed. And if you really look at open source from the very high level, you can put the projects into two buckets. Some of them are foundation or association, wherever, governed, when you have many vendors coming together and no single commercial vendor controls it. Examples would be Postgres or Kubernetes or most famously Linux. And then there are also a lot of open source projects, right? Think about the MySQL or Elastic, MongoDB, which are actually controlled by a single vendor. And I think that is their behavior and relationship with clouds are very different. If you think about the foundation-based open source projects, a lot of them are really loving is what cloud accelerates adoption. When I talk to PostgreSQL people, for example, they love what is happening out there because with the help of AWS and Microsoft and Google and Alibaba, right, and countless of other cloud vendors, the PostgreSQL became that #1 open source database. And the reason for that, I think, is partly because unlike with other vendors like MySQL, when Amazon promotes Postgres, they don't really promote the product of their competition. And of course, if you think about who captures majority of value for PostgreSQL, now that would be cloud vendors, not some big players in the PostgreSQL space, right? I don't know exact numbers, but I would imagine what AWS captures much more value in the PostgreSQL space compared to Enterprise DB, which is known to be the largest PostgreSQL contributor. And of course, in a single vendor space, you are really looking at a lot of public or venture-funded companies, right, which really are focused on the high growth and creating a lot of revenues, and they are disliking, maybe fearing that kind of cloud competition. And in fact, we actually see a lot of those vendors changing the license on a part or all of their software from the open source to something else, the class of, I would say, source available license. Now, if you think about the database systems, what is the main goal of those license changes? Well, I would say is making sure what they have monopoly on the database as a service market about that database technology. Like, why is that? Why does database as a service matter? And the database as a service matters because if you think about the databases, that is how you can use the databases the most simply, right? That is how a database are accessible for developers who want to focus on writing their application and they don't want to mess with database, have the ability figuring out how to do backups correctly and all the messy stuff like that. And a database as a service really provides that. Now, so what is the problem I see with that monopoly which is sought by a lot of those vendors in a database as a service space? Well, from my standpoint, if you think about many developers or other folks who are not database professionals, the database as a service is really the only way how they can consume the database. And if that is the only way they consume database, then monopoly on database as a service put us in the same shape as with a proprietary software before, right? From this standpoint, there is not a real difference with MongoDB Atlas or Oracle database, right, which is sort of quintessential example of a proprietary database vendor in our market. Well, with that, though, I think not all is lost. And that is, I think, where things are going to be changing. I was involved in open source pretty much since early 2000s. And I remember at that time in development, there was a lot of proprietary stacks. right? If you really looked for developer productivity, you will be often in kind of Microsoft ASP.NET, right, or something like that. But we see what's now open source cut up, and you can be very productive using open source development ecosystem. We are in a kind of a same situation right now, but with the cloud tools. Where you have a very easy to use, well-integrated cloud infrastructure from AWS or other big cloud vendors. This kind of reminds me what we saw a while back with Linux and Solaris. When I first started with Linux, I remember that was a toy operating system which couldn't even handle files more than 2 gigabytes. And was only 32-bit operation system. Oh my gosh, that is kind of was a joke, right? But then, well, where are we now? Right? How many of you guys are still running Solaris here? Any hands? Well, not much. Right? And I believe in this ability of open source to be catching up, and I think that is what is happening in the cloud ecosystem as well. While we have a proprietary stacks for somebody like AWS, we also have a lot of work going on with a cloud native stack. There are a lot of solutions built around Kubernetes and the ecosystem. And I think that is actually taking us how cloud was initially intended to use. This is something which I pulled from the old AWS advertisement, which was comparing cloud to electricity. I think that is a great comparison because you know what? Electricity is commodity. You can buy it from pretty much any vendor, and that is the same. And I believe that is a fantastic way how we can use the cloud as commodity infrastructure provider, right? And then create a value in the open source level. So if you speak about the database as a service and open source, well, do we have it now, right? Does it exist? And I would say what we do not have it yet, but we are, as a community, taking our baby steps. I think the most important thing which is driving that is the Kubernetes, which becomes ubiquitous API, or you can think about that as an operating system for your cloud, which is an API you can use for public cloud, private cloud, everywhere. And there is a framework or technology called Kubernetes operators, which really allows to provide that kind of experience. Now, if you look at the Kubernetes operators alone, they are not quite the same as a database as a service. Yes, we can remove a lot of toil. They can do backups for you and even kind of automatically upgrade the databases when security comes up. You can do that all in operator frameworks. But UX is kind of different, right? You don't just click the button and get a database provided. You have to, create and deploy some YAML files, right? So that is another step needed. Now, what is interesting, though, is the database, what we have right now in production, some of them, and I would argue increasing number of them, are built based on Kubernetes technology. Here is their sample of their vendors, which at some point at least stated what their database is powered by the Kubernetes inside. And I think that is fantastic because that shows us what there are tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of database nodes running in production on Kubernetes right now, and that can be done. Now, what those vendors have is not completely open source solution, right? A lot of management framework, right, or GUI is proprietary in this case. But I think that shows what the open source database as a service experience is possible. And we at Percona are frankly working on that, right? With this case, I don't think what we will be alone in this case, but we will be one of the companies who are going to do that as a part of our Percona monitoring and management functionality. It is currently work in progress. right? But you folks are welcome to check it out and also contribute, which is always welcome for open source project. Now, with that, I also wanted to maybe ask you or point out one question, right? It's easy for me to come here and say, hey, preach, open source is wonderful, and let's do more open source. Let's not adopt those proprietary licenses. Let's do open source for real, right? But is that even possible, right? Or am I talking about some utopian thing? Well, I would say, well, I am not just an open source advocate. I'm also a founder and CEO of a company, which, as Todd mentioned, has been doing open source for real for last 15 years. All software at Percona is open source. We don't have any open core or other proprietary software. And while we are not multi-billion dollar public company, we are at a pretty decent size and commercially successful, and really, I think, help a lot of people worldwide with our approach to open source. With that, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Really appreciate that. By the way, Peter's going to be delivering a talk later today at 1 o'clock. So if you're here in person or even joining us virtually, you can see Peter's talk at 1 o'clock today. It's in the featured session block, and it's one of maybe 5 or 6, maybe 7 that are in that block at that time. So Peter, thank you very much. Again, a multi-year speaker, really does a great job. And again, the company is a really cool company as well. So with that, we're going to go to our final keynote talk here on the keynote block. This is going to be a remote talk with Ann Bertucci from Google. Ann is going to be joining us from Seattle, I believe, from the Google complex, the grounds there in Seattle, which is kind of cool. Again, we did prep talks and everything on this, so I'm looking forward to this talk for a variety of reasons. One, the topic is a really important one on security. We've wanted to focus on security for a long time. There are multiple individual talks at the conference that does focus on the topic, but we also want to focus on it within the keynote block. The purpose of the keynote block is very simple. We try to keep talks higher level, right? Not too overly technical, but widely applicable to a plenary audience, widely applicable to everybody that's at the event that might want to attend the keynote sessions. And this topic is widely applicable for sure, and it's one that's top of mind, right? Especially now. Again, the topic of the talk is protecting your OSS project from supply chain attacks. And again, Ann Bertucci is our speaker with Google, and she's coming to us this morning from Seattle, I believe Seattle, Washington. I hope I'm getting that right. That's what I think. But anyway, Ann, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. And I'll yield the stage to Ann.
So, hello to you wherever you are. I really wish I could be in Raleigh live with you all this morning, but it's the year of 2020 that just keeps rolling into 2021. So instead, I am coming to you live from one of the Google offices in Seattle, Washington. And I really, really do mean live. It is, just after 8 here. The sun has just come up. We got a gorgeous day here in Seattle, but that's pretty unusual this time of year. It is normally really dark and gloomy, and I feel like dark and gloomy might be how some of you will be feeling about the security of your open source projects. I know that open source security has kind of been, it's the trending topic. It's the thing everybody's been talking about for the last 2 years. And the last 12 months in particular, it's been supply chain, supply chain, supply chain. The other day, I ran a Twitter poll, very scientific, just to see how are people feeling about this? And it was sort of split down the middle of respondents. Folks feeling like this is just a bunch of hot air, this is the trendy thing, there's nothing actually here. And others feeling like I'm terribly overwhelmed. I understand what the problems are, I know this is a huge issue, but I don't know what I'm actually supposed to do. I'm actually really excited that we're all suddenly focused on open source security. I think there's a lot of work here, and a lot of these problems aren't terribly new. The good news is that because they're not terribly new, we actually have some solutions for them. with initiatives like the Open Source Security Foundation, we're going to see those solutions evolving and improving, but that still means that there's things that you can do today. And that's the part I want to talk about. I think sometimes we end up feeling, either like this is just a trendy thing and I don't need to pay attention to it, or I'm really overwhelmed, when we forget to remind people what they can do to address the problem right now. So that's what I want to focus on. Let's take a quick look at this diagram that you're probably becoming pretty familiar with, which is the development to deploy lifecycle. And you're seeing across here some threat vectors. Threat vectors are the pathways an attacker can take to compromise a system. Now, we kept it simple this morning, so there's only about 8. There could be plenty more. But from a mitigation perspective, if there's 8 threat vectors and they all exploit the system a different way, that means there's 8 different things you have to do to secure your project. Now, I could read these off a list, but I know we're, the last keynote on the second day, so I figured let's get some energy going. Instead of reading off a list, let's play a game. So whether you're at home or you're live in Raleigh, I want you to join us on slido.com/, the game code is ATO. You can do that on mobile or on desktop. And why don't you go ahead and take a minute, pop on, and I'll tell you how this is going to work. There will be 8 multiple choice questions. You'll have about 30 seconds to answer each, which I know isn't very much, but attackers move pretty quick. Let's see if we get some folks coming on. Oh, good, I can see people rolling in. Excellent. Oh, you're excited to play. These are some creative names. I love it. Oh, good, good. Oh, this is amazing. There are so many of you joining us this morning. This is really awesome. I'm gonna go just a few seconds more. Let people log on. We got to traverse the world with all our connections. Oh, this is fantastic. We have such a good group. Thank you so much for playing with us. It's going to be fun. That counter just keeps going. Okay, let's go ahead and move to a practice question while people join. So this one's a little bit of a gimme, but you've got to get used to the system. So the all things open crew are fantastic, super fantastic, or superhuman fantastic rock stars. You have about 15 seconds to answer. Five seconds remaining, and hopefully this is pretty easy. I saw everybody having a good time on day 1 yesterday. Let's see what the audience says. Superhuman fantastic rock stars, that is also the correct answer. Thank you so much to the ATO crew for, hybrid is a whole challenge, so I'm really glad y'all pulled it off this year. Okay, now let's jump into the supply chain bit. So, question number 1. What should you do to protect your developer accounts from takeover? Use a shared account for core maintainers. Make sure to write all your passwords in Route 13. Use multi-factor authentication, or use an IP allow list. About 10 seconds remaining. And if you haven't played with Route 13 before, it's a really fun ciphertext, something to do for a weekend project. Okay, let's see what the audience says. Ooh, 90% for using multi-factor authentication, and that is the correct answer. Great job. So you want to make sure you're using multi-factor auth, and if you can get a security key, that's even better. It's hardened against things like phishing, whereas an SMS is your second factor isn't. And you're going to want to apply that not only on your developer accounts, something like GitHub, but also on accounts associated with that, so like your email as well. So let's go ahead and jump to question number 2. And if you haven't joined us yet, you can join this quiz at any time with that game code ATO. What should you do to avoid merging malicious commits? Only accept commits from contributors who have accounts older than 1 year, require all commits to be reviewed by someone who is not the commit author, auto-run tests on all commits, or scan for the word Bitcoin in all commits. About 5 seconds remaining. Okay, let's see what the audience says. Ooh, a good chunk said auto-run tests on all commits, but the correct answer is the majority of you, which is require all commits to be reviewed by someone who is not the commit author. So self-merging, also known as a unilateral change, that's when we would let someone, merge in their own commit. And that could also let a malicious actor do the same thing. I know for some projects, it's really hard to have that second person review. So, maybe put it on your project growth timeline of a place to try and get to. But that second person review also, if someone well-intentioned sends something in, accidentally introduces a security risk, gives someone else the chance to catch that second pair of eyes. Let's jump to question number 3. How can you protect secrets used by your CI/CD pipeline? Store secrets in a separate repo, store secrets as environment variables, appoint a maintainer to control secrets access, or use a secret manager tool. About 10 seconds remaining. And remember, these are secrets like, for example, a Maven token or something, not a password for an account. Let's see what the audience says. Ooh, 3 for 3, well done. Majority said use a secret manager tool, and that is correct. So we want to use the security principle of defense in depth, meaning we're going to try and have multiple layers that have multiple different mechanisms in front of our system. And with the secret manager tool, we're abstracting that way out of our source code, so you're not hard coding secrets in, and we're also adding a layer of authentication. So a couple different things going on there to protect your secrets in your CI/CD pipeline. Let's go to question number 4. Y'all are doing so good, 3 for 3. What should you do to protect your CI/CD system from abuse? Run CI/CD systems locally, use access controls following the principle of least privilege, run integration tests on all pull requests and commits, mark all contributors as collaborators through GitHub roles. You have 10 seconds remaining. Okay, let's see what the audience says. Excellent. Oh my gosh, y'all are so good. Use access controls following the principle of least privilege. That is correct. So the principle of least privilege, it's the idea that we only want to give folks the least amount of access they need to get whatever they need to get done. And by doing that, we're also protecting our CI system, those compute resources under it, from abuse. So things like, crypto mining, crypto jacking, giving a little extra layer by not being overly permissive. Okay, let's jump to question number 5. What should you do to avoid compromise during build time? Define build definitions and configurations as code. Make your builds run as quickly as possible so attackers have no time to compromise your code. Delete build logs to avoid leaving clues for attackers. Use only Lego brand components in your build system and do not accept any substitutes. About 3 seconds remain. Let's see if the Lego lovers can pull it off. Oh, excellent. With 82%, that is the correct answer. Define build definitions and configurations as code. So by having that build definition in its own file gives us kind of a hardening for malicious actors tampering with that, and also prevents you from having to do your builds manually, which could introduce an accidental misconfiguration. You all are doing just incredible. Let's jump to question number 6. We got 3 left. We're going to talk about dependencies, everybody's favorite. What should you do to evaluate dependencies before use? Check for a little lock icon next to the package URL. Use only dependencies that have a minimum of 1,000 GitHub stars. Use only dependencies that have never changed maintainers. Assess risk and transitive changes with tools like scorecards and deps.dev. Have 5 seconds remaining. All right, let's see. Oh my goodness, this is 95%. Excellent. Assess risk and transitive changes with tools like scorecards and deps.dev. That is correct. So if you're not familiar with either of these tools, scorecards is a security health metrics assessment. It can look for things like, does this project use multi-factor auth for its committers? Does this project use GitHub's branch protection, avoiding that unilateral change that we were talking about earlier? And deps.dev is a visualization of both a package's first line and transitive dependencies, and it'll pull those based on, do a diff on versions. So you can see if I bump this version, do I accidentally introduce something that's going to be an issue for me? And there's really no way, to definitively say this is a good package, this is a bad package. It's all about what your security posture is, what your risk tolerance is, and the more information you have from tools like scorecards and deps.dev, the better decision you can make for yourself. So you all are doing just fantastic. We've got 2 more questions. Staying in the build system, what should you do to ensure your build is the build you think it is? Check the last commit to be sure it's from a trusted committer. Use a build service that can generate authenticated provenance. Run conformance tests for each release. Or use steganography to embed your project logo in the build. Have 5 seconds remaining. Let's see what the audience says. Oh, excellent, with 81%, the correct answer, using a build service that can generate authenticated provenance. So that provenance is going to tell us the origin of the build as well as the artifacts used. And if it's signed, we can compare that to the hash of the signature and make sure that this build is the build we think it is. You all are doing amazing. 7 out of 7 so far. Let's see if we can make it 8 out of 8. Last question. What should you look for when selecting artifacts from a registry? That artifacts are not cursed. Look for timestamps and use only the most recent artifact created. Look for an official endorsement, like the logo of a trusted brand or standards body. Or look for artifacts that have been cryptographically and verifiably signed. 5 seconds remain. See if we can make it 8 out of 8. Can the audience do it? Oh, yes, they can, 91%. Excellent. That is the correct answer, that artifacts have been cryptographically and verifiably signed. So the same way that we are going to want to sign our own builds, we're going to want to look at that when we're using artifacts from others. Now, I know we went through these questions really fast. 30 seconds for each one is not a lot. And we didn't have much time to talk about why each answer was the correct answer and the tools that you can use to implement it in your own project. So if you go to goo.gle/OSS-supply chain, the link at the bottom here, you can pull that up and it'll be a blog that's got those questions, got the correct answers, and a little bit longer of an explanation of why that answer is the right one and tools you can use to implement that in your own project. I want to thank the All Things Open crew so much for having us. I want to thank you all for being passionate about open source, for contributing to open source, and I wish you the best of luck on your security journey. Thanks so much.
Pretty cool, wasn't it? I thought it was a great presentation. Not only the topic, we love the topic, I love the interaction, I love the questions, and then the engagement with the audience. Look, again, we're all figuring this thing out, right? Hybrid event, in-person, virtual, how do you engage an audience virtually? I thought Ann did a wonderful job. Great production quality, all that was there. So fantastic presentation, really cool. Ann's also speaking later today. She'll be delivering a 45-minute talk later today on the virtual platform. So for everybody watching us virtually, and there are more than 500 tuning in right now, we do want to, again, take a look at your schedules and everything and find Ann's talk, and you'll be able to watch, again, an extended version. I think the title's a little bit different focus, but it's still the same general area, which would be open source security. With all that said, I do want to give you all, again, the code that's good for this session. If you're playing the game and if you weren't here at the beginning of this block and you didn't hear me say the code for our on-site players in the gamification component within the mobile app is Pluto2, Pluto2. And as my son were here, he would immediately yell, Mickey Mouse's dog again. Everything, again, with him at the moment is Disney and et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, I think of that in terms of the planet, but Pluto2. And then as you are out there today, we are playing again today, so there are points at each of the exhibitor tables. I encourage you to go around, visit, get to know them. They have helped us make this possible. Again, we never, ever want to take that for granted, and we're truly, truly grateful. Thank you all for being here. This session, or this block, ends in just like a minute, and then we're going to do a 15-minute break. We're going to pull these air walls. We'll pull these air walls. This will become 3 separate breakout rooms, and then we'll do Developer 1, Developer 2. Ali Spittle is right here on this stage, and then we have speakers that are going to be on these stages next to us. But we're going to maybe move a few chairs and everything. So for those of you that are here, just be aware that we are going to close these air walls, and a team will fly into motion, move quickly to get that done. But by all means, the first breakout session or block of the day starts in 15 minutes. So by all, plan now, get to the room, and find a seat. But thank you all again. All right, have a wonderful day, and thank you very much. All right.
Hey everybody, I'm so excited to talk more about my favorite topic, which is teaching. So we're going to be diving even deeper into the nitty-gritty and what goes into a lesson and more tips, even tips for teaching online too. So our objectives for this talk are to know the way that you can teach, be able to coach students on a learning mindset, know the mechanisms of teaching a lesson, and then we'll go over oodles of advice, including advice for teaching online. One quick question, is there a way to get that screen working too? Thank you. So why am I talking about this? I got into this a little bit in my last talk, but I quit coding in college because of bad teaching. I was in a weed out class, which I'm sure a lot of you who did computer science in college had to do as well, and it made me feel like I just wasn't good enough. I was spending all-nighters trying to implement Sudoku solving algorithms, and I just felt like if it was taking me all night to get like a B+ in a class, then it just wasn't a thing that I was born with, and I wasn't going to be able to do it. So I studied education in college. I went through my teaching semester in a local elementary school with 7th and 8th graders, which everybody always groans at, but they're really fun because they're kind of like in between little adults and kids still, so I like that age group. And then I accidentally became a software engineer. I was working in a data entry type job and figured out that I could automate most of it, which led them to introducing me to being a software engineer, and I got my first job that way. And then I started teaching guest lectures at a coding boot camp. And it was awesome to see everybody's eyes glaze over and information click with them. It was so cool to see. And I was so nervous the first 100 times that I was in front of a classroom, but eventually got more and more comfortable with it. And then I started teaching full-time for them. And when I started teaching full-time, I was like, I'm not going to be a daily practicing software engineer anymore, so I need to keep my skills fresh in some other way. And so I challenged myself to start sharing content online, started blogging, and more recently creating YouTube videos and talking at things like this. And it made it so that I could teach a lot more people than I could in a classroom. So eventually my job became teaching students how to teach, but also teaching teachers how to teach. And that was a really, really awesome thing to be able to do. And now I lead developer advocacy, which to me is like another form of teaching. I just get to teach a different audience. So we'll be talking about all those things throughout this lesson. But I feel so lucky. I've been privileged to teach hundreds of people in person, or thousands, and then millions and millions online. It really scales well on the internet. I've been lucky to teach kids, newbies, engineers, junior devs, you name it. And you probably already teach too. We talked about this a little bit in the keynote, but you probably answer questions online. You may mentor people at work. You may create content or manage people or speak at events like this. And all these teaching tips are relevant to that as well. Because when you're doing any of these things, you're teaching. So there's so many reasons that you should teach as well, and you should improve these skills. So you're reinforcing your own knowledge. If you can't explain something to somebody in simple terms, it probably means that you don't fully understand it. And challenging yourself to teach that thing will make it so that you have much deeper knowledge than you would otherwise. Also, for us managers out there, we can delegate our work a little bit more easily if we can teach somebody else how to do it. People also seem to look at you as an expert the more that you teach things. I've talked about JavaScript things that I only knew about because I was teaching them all over the world, and that's a pretty cool thing to be able to do. And you also get to help people on a less selfish note and learn yourself. So teaching is a really awesome thing to get involved in. So let's first talk about the mindset behind teaching and the mindset that you should instill in your learners. So first, learning is hard, and I'm a walking example of that. I thought learning to code was the hardest thing ever, and it only clicked for me once I was doing it on the job. So be empathetic. It's all about empathy, and not everything is going to click right away. Be patient with your learners and understanding with them. Put yourself in their shoes. They may be struggling with different things than you struggled with, but that's okay. You struggled with some other things too, and maybe they clicked with that a little bit easier. So stick with them. Also, think about their lives outside of the classroom. Especially with the pandemic, people's lives are changing. They may have kids at home that they didn't before. People's lives are in turmoil. And that's something that you should really think about in the classroom. So this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And self-actualization, which I would say a lot of new knowledge falls under, is at the very tippy top of the pyramid. Whereas physiological needs like shelter and safety, which a lot of people may be lacking more than normal right now, are down at the bottom. So they're the base of the pyramid. It's going to be very hard to do the higher pieces of the pyramid if you don't have the bottom. And so make sure that you're fitting those needs first for your students. It's going to be incredibly hard for them to learn or fully perform if those basic needs aren't being met. And so be really understanding of that. If you need to push around deadlines, they come first. They're much more important than any artificial deadline that you have set for them. So growth mindset, read the book Mindset if you want to learn more about this, but it's been proven, again, that if you believe that you can learn new things, that's one of the biggest predictors of success. If you believe that your talent and your skills can be expanded, that's going to make it so that those skills can actually be expanded. If you think that you're fixed and you're set with your current skill level and your current knowledge, it's going to be very hard to learn those new things. So make sure that you're believing in yourself or you're instilling that in your students. Celebrate their wins as well. I know that learning can be emotional. I showed this graph before, but that valley of despair really does happen, and you need to be with them through that point and tell them to expect that. Again, this is the very first thing that I showed students on day one, is you're going to be going through this emotional roller coaster over and over and over again. You're not alone in that. It's going to feel scary. You're going to hate it when it happens, but be prepared for it. It's going to happen to all of you at some point. And I think this is something that you should prepare like coworkers for as well. You're going to have these struggles at some point, but you got it. Let's get through it together. It's also not a linear process. I think a lot of people think that they're going to start learning something and then they gain more knowledge and gain more knowledge and gain more knowledge, but it doesn't really work that way. It's more like there are highs and lows and peaks and valleys, and your confidence increases and decreases over time. So definitely tell your learners about that. Also, you don't want people to be stuck with their one skill set, so make sure to teach them how to teach themselves. And you can do this through teaching people how to use Google filters. You can do this through showing people how to find good resources online. You can tell them that copy and pasting something isn't the way to go. Like, if you're teaching somebody how to build a game in JavaScript, if they Google how to build tic-tac-toe in JavaScript and copy and paste that into their code, they learned absolutely zero. And so teaching them skills like that of, hey, you should research stuff. Developers do this all day, every day. If I didn't have Stack Overflow, I couldn't do my job. But if you're copying and pasting these huge chunks without understanding them, that's doing a disservice to you. Instead, break down line by line what you're learning and put that in line by line. Instead of searching tic-tac-toe in JavaScript, search how to reverse a string in JavaScript. Get that one line of code at a time instead of the chunk of code. Build a classroom culture where everybody can contribute. This is one of my biggest things. So on the first day of class, I would also have students collectively build a classroom constitution. So what are the things that we want to see from each other in the classroom? How are we going to make each other feel comfortable here? And I want that to be a joint effort with adults. Everybody has their own insights and perspectives, and we can put those all together to make a classroom culture where everybody feels comfortable. Also, I know that cold calling is a very popular technique with teaching, and it makes sense because that's how you can check for understanding and really see that everybody is understanding something. But a lot of people, especially anxious people, aren't going to deal super well with that. So I recommend warm calling instead. And so what that would be is, hey, can somebody in the front row answer to me what this question is? And that's going to put a little bit more pressure on than saying the whole entire classroom. It's going to give you a smaller subset of people, and people are going to be more likely to respond as well. And if nobody responds, then you can be like, front row on this side of the room. You can keep narrowing down the space, but warm calling is going to make people generally feel more comfortable than cold calling. If they don't know the answer, that can make some people feel really, really anxious and shut them down. So think through that. And make sure that you have your students reflect on what they've learned as well. So at work, you normally would do some sort of retrospective at the end of each project or sprint. And I would do that with my students too. After we learned a topic, we would come back together and talk about what they learned, what their accomplishments were, what the things that they struggled with were, what they still need work on. And so coming together and reflecting on those things made it so that they could keep learning next time. I, as a teacher, also knew what I had to re-hit on because people weren't understanding it. So I really, really recommend reflection. Also, it's so important if you're learning something yourself to have that metacognition of here's what I understand, here's what I don't understand, here's what's working for me when I'm learning, here's what's not working for me. It's going to help you be a more effective learner and really get to know yourself. Like, for example, I cannot do YouTube videos. I make YouTube videos, but I can't watch them. They're just too long, and I have trouble skipping through them. So I know that about myself, but I have somebody on my team who only learns through YouTube videos. That's how he learns absolutely everything, and that's awesome. It's great for him. It's just not my learning style. And so if I can reinforce that and know that about myself, that's going to help me learn better in the future. So let's dive into some details. What should a lesson actually look like? So I did the structure before, but I'm actually going to give you concrete examples this time. So learning objectives should be very concrete, tangible takeaways that students should take away from that lesson. So if I was able to teach, if I was teaching React, for example, my learning objectives might be, at the end of this lesson, students should be able to define what a React component is, define what JSX and the virtual DOM are. Students should be able to explain why React is helpful in developing applications, and students should be able to create a React component. So students know when they're walking into the classroom, hey, these are the 4 things in this class that are the most important. I should structure my learning for this. In addition, I'm sure if you ever taught something, you get a lot of questions. Some questions are really great. Some questions are pretty off topic. And maybe you're teaching a beginner workshop and some tenure expert is in the audience and is like, hey, now teach me about this really advanced thing. Well, if you know the learning objectives up front, hopefully that will filter more of that away. And it's going to really intimidate your beginner learners if people are asking really advanced questions. And so if you set those expectations up front, and that's why I do this with talks too. I want somebody to not stick around if it's not something that's going to be helpful for them. So I'm going to give them the learning objectives right up front. If it's not relevant, that's fine. It's a better fit for somebody else. Then comes framing. So why is this thing so important? And you can do a lot of storytelling with this. Storying and telling is one of the best ways to keep people engaged. So here's a story of me using React at work. Here's why it was really helpful. Or here's why Facebook created React in the first place. All of those types of things hook people in and make it so that they want to learn about that thing, especially if they know that it's going to be relevant for their career in the future. And you should do this with things like blog posts and YouTube videos too. Why should somebody care about this thing? Why should they watch it? Then the I do, we do, you all do, you do. I do, show a diagram, explain something up front. Then we do, we all write code together. You all do, group exercises. I love this because a lot of times some people are going to click with things really, really fast and other people are going to do it a little bit more slowly. So you can challenge those students who are really getting it to teach the other people who are getting it less. And so those people who are struggling a little bit more get it taught to them a second time by somebody new who may be able to explain it in a way that fits them better. But they also get teaching experience. So I really, really enjoy that group exercise piece of it. Plus, you want a positive classroom culture, like I was saying. And so if you have people get to know each other, it's going to make the classroom more fun for everybody. And if people know each other, they're going to be more willing to interact as well in the classroom and answer questions if they feel comfortable. So that's a really important piece of this. Sometimes I will pre-create groups. Sometimes I will just do randomized groups depending. And then you do as the independent work, and it is important for you to test yourself on your own. And so that last part of doing things independently is important as well. So it's so important to appreciate the process rather than the results. And a lot of times you'll see these really hard deadlines in classes, and I think especially with programming where sometimes you go down the wrong road, but you learn so much from that wrong path, having those really fixed, set in stone deadlines can make it so that people feel so much pressure that they're only appreciating the results, not the process. And the process is really the important part. I don't care if you have this working app. What I care is that you tried the thing a bunch of times and learned some stuff along the way. That's the most important part. Make sure that people are practicing. Writing the code is the thing that's going to make you learn code. If you don't do that, it's not ever going to stick. So make sure that you're doing that and doing it independently too. I see this so much with beginners where they'll do tutorial after tutorial after tutorial, but they'll never get out of that cycle of tutorials. Instead, they'll just keep doing them and do them on a new topic now. Instead, but they can't actually build anything, and that breaks my heart because if they had practiced, it would have really helped. And then checks for understanding, and this is a part that often goes missing because teachers don't want to put students on the spot, and students often don't want to be quizzed. But this is for the teacher's benefit, not for the student's benefit. I want to make sure that my students are actually understanding the thing that I'm trying to explain to them, so I need to make sure that that's actually happening. And you can't just rely on head nods because people will just nod their heads to be polite. What you can do instead is you can have people answer questions on a whiteboard, or you can have them all do a Slack thread and all press enter at the same time. Those are more heavy-duty checks for understanding where you're asking full questions and expecting full responses, but you can also do something like, hey, respond with an emoji for how comfortable you feel with the topic, or fist to 5, how comfortable do you feel with this topic now? So those are lower friction ones that I would do occasionally, but also mix them in with the question answer type ones as well. You can also make it anonymous. So there's tools like Slido that you were seeing in the last keynote, and that's a really great tool for making this anonymous. So this isn't about the students. This isn't something that you're ever going to grade them on or do a gotcha or anything like that. It's for you as a teacher to make sure that you're teaching things effectively to your students and they're understanding. We all have off days. I have taught certain things millions of times, and sometimes it just doesn't go as well as normal. And so sometimes you need to reteach that thing. Classroom culture. So this is something that you need to intentionally build. I think a lot of people think that classroom culture will just come along magically, but it's something that needs to be architected and implemented intentionally. So again, with my developer advocacy team that I lead, I have everybody write personas. So here are the exact people that I'm writing to. Every single blog post has one person in mind that is being written to. And when I started blogging, it was to my former self, the person who was insecure about my programming skills, who didn't know if I really wanted to stay in the industry, and had a really tough time learning a lot of these things. And so I was writing to her, the past version of me, and that's often a great person to start teaching to. But it could also be somebody different as well. It could be whoever you're targeting at work. It could be your beginner developer, any of those things. Also, if you're teaching workshops, you can do like a quick survey ahead of time. What I've been doing recently for virtual workshops, because I've been doing a lot of those, is having everybody describe in one emoji their comfort level with the topic. And if there's like 3 different topics that I'm teaching about, like an emoji to describe each of those 3 subtopics. And It's not perfect, but it does give me a good grasp, like, hey, the organizer of this conference told me that everybody was going to be really, really advanced with React, but it turns out they're much more on the beginner scale, so I'm going to have to tweak this a little bit and step back in my teaching. I do also do that, though, of talking to conference organizers beforehand, like, who's the person at your conference? There's going to always be a range, but having that description ahead of time of who you're going to be generally speaking to is pretty helpful. Are these professional developers, or are these learners, or are these people who have been in the industry 10 years, or people who have been in the industry 6 months? It's really helpful to have that when you're tailoring your talk. Set clear expectations. So if you have a longer class, have some sort of syllabus. These learning objectives really play into that as well. Adult learners just like to have control over their own learning, so the more information you can pre-give, the better. Actually, what I would do is pre-give all of my materials ahead of time. And I do this a lot of times with my talks, too. More my technical talks than my more teaching-focused ones, but I give the slides out ahead of time. So if anybody wants to follow along on their own machines, they can. And that's really great for accessibility as well. So that's something that I would recommend if you are doing more technical stuff. Create a safe place to fail. You want people to be able to experiment, try things out, and not get punished if they're not right all the way there at the beginning. Make sure you're creating a safe place for people to grow. Also, make sure that people can teach each other. I think that this comes back to that idea of you all do and group work, of have the students who are really clicking with something, teach it to somebody that's next to them. I do this a lot for checks for understanding, too, and walk around a classroom. Hey, explain X concept to the person next to you, and then they'll explain Y concept to you afterwards. Then you rotate the room and hear what they're saying and maybe correct people along the way, but it really helps to grow them as well, that their teaching skills, their communication skills, everything like that. And I would also do this with students where on their last, or one of their last days of class, they would teach themselves a new topic and then write a blog post on it. So they were teaching the community, and that's great for building out their portfolios as well. So mirror the career world in the classroom. I did this as much as humanly possible. I think one of the speakers yesterday was talking about how nobody in schools was learning GitHub or open source. Well, my students were. I wanted to say the whole time, like, all my students have been using GitHub since day one. We would use those for classroom questions. Sometimes we'd use GitHub issues. They would submit all of their homework using pull requests. We would do retrospectives at the end of class. So we would do stand-ups every day as well. So mirroring as much of their eventual career world as possible within the classroom so that they would feel comfortable when we got to that point. So I say to mirror the career world as much as possible. Like, don't use foobar badge. Nobody knows what that means. It's just confusing to everybody. But also make it fun sometimes. So I would hook learners in. I taught this one course where all the students were like just out of college, and every Friday, a lot of them would come in looking like they may have had rough Thursday nights, going out a little bit. And so what I would do is do like a fun-themed app every Friday. So a Britney Spears fan app or a Beyonce shopping app, something like that to really hook them in and be relevant to their age group and audience, things that they cared about. People are way more likely to pay attention if they care about the topic. My friend Jake, who's speaking in that room right now, is using Ted Lasso as his example. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure a lot of people here do, and I'm sure that is making the talk really, really fun for them. So some other general teaching tips. So link new information to information that they already know. And a personal learning tool that I've been using a ton is Obsidian, but there's also like Rome Research and all these things where you can link your notes to other types of notes, and it creates a graph for you. It's the coolest thing because associating new concepts with concepts you already know is one of the most effective ways to learn something. Learning that in context of these different things and grouping them all together. So I would highly recommend one of those. And if you're teaching something, make sure to link it to what they already know. Also, learning styles are mostly BS, but people do like learning in different ways, and it's really, really great to give the same information in different formats. So teaching them via video and then teaching them via readings. So I would pre-assign readings for a lot of my classes so that people wouldn't be seeing information for the first time in the classroom. They'd be pre-reading it first. Also, like videos and things like that are really great as well. Even interactive learning that more and more sites are coming out with, like Code Academy, I think those are really great to reinforce learning. And of course, building things. I'm just gonna keep reinforcing that. Make sure that you're building stuff. Going over material multiple times is important too. You don't want information to be seen once and then just forgotten about. Active retrieval is one of the best ways to actually learn. So if you're quizzing somebody about the information that they've learned, that's going to make it so that they have to retrieve that information. It's going to make it stick much better. So make sure that you're not talking about one topic and then forgetting it. You can also use a lot of interactive tools to build games and gamify it as well. And then you can have teams and make people compete against each other, and it becomes really fun. You can do like Jeopardy type games, all sorts of things like that, just to make sure that you're reviewing things and making it so that people have to actively retrieve that information. Also, make sure that you're teaching really for your student, not for yourself. I see this with a lot with developers where they want to instill all the knowledge that they've had in 30 years in 30 minutes to somebody that they're teaching, and it just doesn't go over well. Start with the beginning, give bite-sized pieces of knowledge, and then as they grow, you can give them more and more. But start small, work up from there, and start with the very beginning and the basics. So people's attention spans are pretty short and getting shorter due to things like social media and having pocket computers and all of that. So make sure that if you're teaching somebody to vary the teaching so that you can keep people hooked. So that I do, you do, you all do, you do. What I would do is try to make each one of those segments like 11 to 13 minutes long, so then we could change the modality after that amount of time. Makes it so that people stay interested and still care about the topic. And if you're making something like a YouTube video, maybe 11 to 13 minutes is a good amount of time for that. Also, make sure to take breaks. People's brains are going to work the best if you're taking breaks and allowing them to have a diffuse mind for a little bit where they can connect the topics themselves. And that's why lectures are a super flawed model. Did anybody else in college have like 2.5 hour long lectures where it was just somebody talking at you the whole entire time? Yeah, pretty brutal. Yeah, would not recommend that. In fact, I feel bad now because that's kind of what I'm doing in a conference talk. Yeah, sorry everybody. So another thing that I think is really important is to lecture to the middle. So if you are teaching a wide crowd, teach to the people who are in the middle of that. And there's always going to be outliers. There are going to be people who do not get it. There are going to be people who got it within the first 30 seconds of the lesson. Those people are both going to need your attention, but do that one-on-one. Focus on the vast majority of the group and getting them to where they need to be, and then you can give one-on-one attention to those outliers. There's ways that you can do this. So one way to do it is having tiered activities. So if you give everybody an exercise that they should be working on, have 3 steps to that, but also maybe 2 bonuses. So if they finish more quickly, they can work on those bonus activities that are more difficult and are going to require them to maybe look something else up on their own or something along those lines. For the people who are struggling a little bit more, maybe part of that exercise is going back and reviewing a topic, or maybe that's their homework if they're struggling a little bit more. Also make sure to have things like office hours where people can ask questions one-on-one, and make sure that people feel comfortable in those as well. So those are ways that you can appeal to people one-on-one. Also, tangents usually confuse people, so if you're starting in one place, then going to another place, and then another place, I've taught with people like this. They have so many great stories. It's so great to learn from them, but people end up getting confused. So try to stick to what you've prepared, and do prepare for these types of things. Break down jargon. Use jargon. It's the industry language, but break it down. Explain it to them. What does this word mean? And do it the first couple times that you use that word, too. Don't just do it once. Hey, remember variables? Yeah, can somebody explain those for me? Amazing. Okay, let's use those again. Break down the concepts and the jargon over and over. Also, take breaks, come back to concepts. Learning how to learn, which is a Coursera course, it's free, is one of my favorite things. It talks about the Focus and diffuse mindset. So focus is when you're concentrating on learning something. Diffuse is when you take time away from that thing and make the connections between that and other things. So everybody has probably seen like the programmer meme that you solve your bugs in the shower, or you go walk your dog and that's how you solve your bugs. Well, that's a living embodiment of this. That's what you're doing then. You're taking a break, you're stepping away from a while, your brain's making connections, and then you're able to solve the thing. So make sure that you're instilling that in your students too. Tell them to actually take out time off during the weekend. Make sure that they are stepping away from the topic as well, not spending 24/7 on it. It's gonna be too hard. Also, I really believe in this idea of the gradual release of responsibility, and do this with employees too. Where at first, you hold their hand, you give them steps for things, you tell them exactly what to do, you probably lectured all the information that they're going to actually need for that assignment, but as you go on, you want them to be able to teach themselves. So release that responsibility over to them. Maybe they have to look things up in order to get the answer. Maybe they're given a more vague assignment that they have to put the steps together and the plan together in order to execute on it. So this is a gradual thing. Make them trust you up front and build up that trust that you're there to catch them. But you want the learning to be more and more in their hands as you go along. So this is a huge one, especially for you all conference speakers. So answer questions. Questions are amazing. But if you get that really left field question that isn't really relevant to everybody else in the audience, you're wasting all of their time as well. So be like, hey, that's an awesome question. Maybe we can talk about it later after this. Or, hey, that's great, but can I actually get you in touch with one of the solutions architects at work? They can help you better than I can right now. You don't need to answer all of these things right at once. You can parking lot them and say, great question, but now's not really the time. That's not really relevant to what we're doing. Say it nicer than that. But you don't want to confuse your beginners or bore your more advanced people. So try to do some of that more one-on-one. Also, Bloom's taxonomy. You don't need to know everything. Fact-based knowledge is the base of the pyramid. So knowing something like CSS, uses curly braces and text, is like conceptual knowledge. That's very base knowledge. Sorry, I'm like speaking too much. CSS is, and then knowing more conceptual knowledge is better than that. So CSS is used to style web pages. That's a tier up from there. And then procedural knowledge would be able to build a page with CSS. So that's another tier up. And then higher from that is metacognitive, which is knowing your strong and weak points with CSS, and maybe even being able to build like a CSS framework yourself or something along those lines. So it's links into Bloom's taxonomy, which I talked about before, but you start with remembering, then you understand, and then you apply your knowledge, you analyze it, evaluate, and then the very toppy top is create. So if you're able to create something with that knowledge, that's the best way to go. Also, review, review, review. Don't make your lesson be the first time that they see the material. Set a pre-reading or something like that so that they're seeing it multiple times. Make them quiz themselves and come back to topics with review games or exercises that test a big width of knowledge. So here's more code-specific teaching. So use best practices. No foobar baz, we don't want to see that. Unless you're using bad examples of variable names, then you can use them for that. But outside of that, don't use those. Use real-world examples. Try to make it as real as possible. Create things like e-commerce apps instead of just a toy app. Build something that is going to be meaningful for them and mirror what they'll do in the real world. Also teach the how and the why, not just the syntax. Why is this thing important and how do you use it? Don't just teach them how to create a variable. I know this is my biggest point that I keep bringing up, but it is so important that people are actually able to build. So talking about the thing is way less important than building a thing. And it's okay to not know something yourself too, and showing that to your learners can make it so that they feel comfortable not knowing something in the future too. So, hey, I don't know the answer to that yet, but let's look it up together in the next break. it's going to make it so that they know that you are not this like all-knowing person. There's some humility there, but they know that we can keep extending and learning all together. So another thing is to focus on intrinsic motivation, especially with adult learners. So a lot of them already have some sort of extrinsic motivation. Like they're wanting to learn this for their job. They're wanting to change their career. All those things are big motivators in and of themselves. You don't have to add something artificial like grades in there to make it so that they're motivated. In fact, those grades can make it so that they're focusing more on getting a good grade than they are about actually learning the thing. And I'm sure so many of you went through that in school too, where you just memorized things for a test. As soon as that test came, you forgot absolutely everything because you just crammed for it. Well, that's because your motivation was the grade, not actually learning the material. And so adult learners are usually self-motivated enough that you can skip things like grades. That's what I would do. I was really, really against grading. Give it good feedback, though. As an instructor, that's the best thing that you can do is give really good feedback about how somebody is doing, what they're doing well on. And so I normally have like criteria for graduation that people would have to fulfill, but not actual grades or anything like that. And we do pass-fail for assignments too. So passing was they made a lot of effort on the thing. Failing was they did not put a lot of effort on the thing. So if they had like one console log in there, that's not doing the assignment. But if they did not get the right answer, but they tried to get the right answer, that's pretty valuable still. And so we'd be okay with that. Also, like large chunks of code clearly copied and pasted from the internet, not so great either, not learning from that. So let's talk about teaching online specifically, because I know that's something that a lot more people are having to do now. So breakout rooms in Zoom are a godsend. If you've not used them, they allow you to put smaller groups of a Zoom call in different rooms. So you can say breakout room of 4 people, and if there's 12 people in the call, it'll put 4 people in 3 different breakout rooms. And this is so, so, so nice for doing assignments, group work, building those bonds between students even though they're online. The really nice thing about teaching in person is that you can go over to everybody's computer and make sure that they're actually doing the thing and that they don't have some sort of bug or computer that's going completely haywire. And so you can't do that online, right? So what you can do, though, is turn it over to them. Hey, I know you've got this bug that you're asking me about. It's your turn to screen share. The whole class, we're going to try to debug this together. And then that usually solves 5 people's bug at once. And it's pretty fun, too. You just got to build people's comfort with it. Also, still be intentional about building a classroom culture, even though it's remote. It can feel a little bit less personal, but having a culture of doing things like cameras on, and I know that's not realistic for everybody, so definitely have exceptions to that for people who can't. But if you can, make it so that people are learning face-to-face, they're seeing each other be engaged, you can see when somebody has a question, all that is really important. In addition, if you can have some sort of activities for them, so if you can still do virtual game nights or happy hours or something along those lines so people are still building bonds with each other, that's going to improve everybody's learning. So still be really intentional about building that classroom culture, even if you're remote. And Slack is so great for checks for understanding. I hinted at this before, but you can tell everybody to send a message on Slack at exactly the same time so you can see everybody's answer right at once. You can do emoji reactions. You can have everybody DM you on Slack if you want. So all of those tools are going to make it so that you can teach more effectively, even if you're online. Make recordings if you can. Record yourself teaching. That's going to make it so that if somebody misses the lesson or somebody just didn't get it during the lesson, they can rewatch that. And it's going to be another way for them to learn. So if you can, do that. And work to keep students engaged. So still take breaks even though they're remote. Have fun conversation questions, still do the checks for understanding, find ways to keep people engaged even though they're remote. It can be much, much harder in that environment too, especially if everybody's just like cameras off, no speaking. I had a workshop like that recently and it was just so depressing. It's like, I don't know if anybody's learning anything from this. I'm just talking to a bunch of squares on Slack or on Zoom. So make sure that they're staying engaged. That being said, I actually taught remote before the pandemic, and there's such a geographic power to it. Like I was teaching a cohort of students who were in Iowa who would not have the access to a coding boot camp from New York City if we were all co-located. And so I think there's a lot of power in that and the ability to bring tech to more people if we can teach online. So even though it's a little bit more challenging, there is a huge value to it too. And asynchronous materials really help people too, like YouTube videos and blog posts and all that is teaching as well. So make sure to review at the end. So teaching is probably something that you already do. If not, you should start now. Make sure to prep your learners that it's going to be hard to learn, especially if they've been away from a classroom for a while. Here's the structure of a lesson. You give them the objectives up front. You do the framing of why something's important. The I do, we do, you all do, you do, and repeat that over and over and over again for how much time you have. Breaks and review at the end. You can tell that I did that for this lesson. So first it was the learning objectives, then why you should care about this, and then I talked about things, and then we're reviewing now. So here's all the advice that I gave. I like to put it on one slide in case anybody wants to take a picture. I won't run through it again, but if you want, it's all right there. Awesome. I'm glad people are using this. I'll also tweet out these slides afterwards if anybody wants them. The Keynote ones are in PowerPoint, so I probably won't be able to send those out, but these ones are in slides, so I can send them out. And more resources. So if you want to learn more about teaching, these are some of my favorite resources. Make It Stick, which is a book that talks all about teaching methodologies. How to Teach Online, Maria Weaver is my former manager at General Assembly, and she made this amazing course at the beginning of the pandemic about how to teach online because a lot of teachers were moving to teaching online, and that's what she did. So she made a course all about it. At least at the beginning of the pandemic, it was free. I'm not sure if it still is, but I believe it's pretty good. Learning How to Learn by Barbara Oakley. This is an amazing course on Coursera. It's, again, free. Unless you want some certification that you did it, which I don't know if you really do. She also has a really great newsletter that comes out every week and a couple books. So multiple modalities that you can learn from Barbara Oakley. And then I also really appreciate Ness Labs. They have a ton of information about psychology, and I think psychology is so linked to teaching and learning. And so she has really, really great resources there as well. And I feel so lucky to be able to be a part of people's learning journey. It's so amazing. I've learned so much personally from teaching. So keep in touch. I'm a Spittle everywhere. And I think we have a few minutes for questions, too, if anybody has any. Yeah.
So talk about if you're going to teach, say, like a university, might hear even on the boost touch that community.
Yeah, definitely. So that's why I started blogging. That's the exact reason why. So I started blogging. I challenged myself each week to learn something new that I was seeing on social media, to then build a demo with it, so build an app with it, and then write a blog post about it. That was way overwhelming. I could not keep up with all of that. It was ridiculous. But that got me in the habit of blogging and sharing what I was learning, and I started doing conference talks based off of that, and it kept me really hooked in with the community. And so I got to learn from them, and they got to learn from me, and I built up so many friendships that way. So I would really, really highly recommend teaching yourself in order to teach somebody else, because it gives you this like extrinsic motivation that will keep you accountable and keep you learning and growing. I think you also just learn. You pick up so much from having to explain something in depth too, that I ended up learning way more when I was teaching than when I was a normal software engineer. So I think you'll learn more than you think you would. I would also super recommend having a personal learning management tool, like something like Obsidian or Notion, that you're taking your own notes in and connecting different things. And you could almost just repurpose that as content down the road too if you want to teach somebody else. take all these links to things and put them all together into something that somebody else can learn from too. Does that answer your question? Cool, awesome. Anybody else? Cool, well, I can stay around for one-on-one questions too after. Thank you all so much.
Hey, hello. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Slides are up. Yeah, so this is my first time in front of like people I can actually see. I'm used to doing like live streams and like you don't know if people are there or not. But now I can see you, and then apparently there are people out on the internet watching us. What a concept. So welcome to shortening the time between make it work and make it fast. If you didn't catch the pun, I can do that again. Shortening the time between make it work and make it fast.
Oh, I get it the second.
Yeah, see? That's how you know it's a good joke, because they get it on the second time. But yeah, so that was our slides. But first off, introductions. I like to start, I gotta stop looking away from my mic. I like to start with, this is Atticus. He is my 7-month-old tricolor Pembroke Welsh Corgi, which is a mouthful. And you can say, "ah," like it's a dog. Oh wait, go ahead. Thank you. And then that leads you to me. I am Atticus's human. I'm Aydrian Howard. I'm a developer advocate at Cockroach Labs. My Twitter, Instagram, and Twitch handle is It's Aydrian, which is a little more awkward than I thought it would be to tell people. They're like, "What's your Twitter handle?" And I said, "It's Aydrian." And they start typing in Aydrian. I'm like, no. It's Aydrian. And now you might not ever forget that. So I hope to see you on Twitch. So today we're going to take a look at this quote by Kent Beck. If you work in software, you probably heard it before. Is everybody familiar with this kind of mantra? Make it work, make it right, make it fast. I have worked in a couple startups in the last few years, and that was really kind of what it is. Let's make it work, let's make it right, let's make it fast. Not dwell on things, let's keep going, make sure things work. So we're going to go over that first, so we can kind of talk about each individual part. So we got make it work. What we're trying to do here is make sure that the problem is solvable. You are going to have little to no tests. You might have poor performance. You have cruft code. You're really going towards that happy path solution. And then it's important to know these things, like if it's solvable, because then you can get it out there. You can see if there's product market fit. If you're part of a startup, like that's really important, because eventually you're going to want more money. And so having something out there that's working is going to help with that a lot. But normally, you don't want to push this code to production. It should be avoided. But as like a developer advocate, I feel like this is where I live, and I push everything to production. I also live dangerously and test in production. So like, how many of you have been part of a deployment of a product that has just like gotten this far? Anybody? Yeah. What other, like, I want this to be like interactive. So like, have you done anything else that's like a little shameful? And just remember, this is a safe place. It's just us in this room and anybody else out on the internet. Have you done anything else in addition to these things that like, you're not so proud of, but like things to get things out there? Yeah. What? Oh, you have, okay. Just looking for examples, but we can move on. So that's make it work. It's the important one, I think, but not more important than the other ones. So the next part is make it right. So this is the point where you know that things are working. There might be product market fit. There might be everything. So we're going to move on to the next phase, and that's the make it right phase. This is where we're going to go back and we're going to include our tests, the things that we never really do. At one point, I was reading about test-driven development. Does anybody do that? Oh, okay. I don't know, like, that's great. I love that. Like, I love being able to code, and then all of a sudden all the lights turn green, and you're like, things work, but I can't get my head around that. So like, I write the test afterwards, and it's probably not the right way to do it. But good for you. Like, I'm gonna have to go back to that. I really, yeah. So including tests, making sure you have proper syntax and naming conventions, those are important. Removing any hard-coded data. I know that like when you're just trying to get something out there, like you working towards that happy path, like let's just make sure that this goes through. This might not be the data that your customer is going to put in, but we're going to make it work. And so make sure you make sure you get rid of any of that data, and then start thinking about edge cases. So we're no longer pushing towards the happy path. Thinking about how can a user stray, and then how can we get them back on. And at this point, the code should be bulletproof, missing a word, bulletproof and production ready, just like my favorite LaRue song, this time baby, I'll deploy bulletproof. No? See, I was gonna have like sound effects queued up, but it's difficult. Okay, so that was make it right. We just did make it work. And so the last one, this is make it fast. And so it's not just about making code run faster, but you want to ask yourself these questions. How do I make it more testable? How do I make it more extensible? How can I make the code more valuable to the user? And these days, along with make it fast, we have to think about making it scale. So a lot of times, whenever you hear this these days, it's make it work, make it right, make it scale. Because a lot of things can happen. And we'll go over that in a minute. So you have like the startup gnomes, and I feel like this is like the places that I've been, where the startup gnomes come in and they're like, we're gonna make it work and we're gonna deploy. And then phase 2. And then phase 3, we profit. But like that big question mark, we need to go back and do these things. And one of my favorite memes, well, at least like the meme template. So it's like, our app works and I deployed it. And it's like, you're gonna make it scale next, right? And of course, like Anakin, I think the only thing that Zaitsev known for is like this brooding face. Like, you get nothing, and she's like, you're gonna make it scale, right? Whew. Okay. And then I feel like that's kind of where it stops a lot of times. Or like once you get to a point where you have enough customers, it's enough of a priority, and then you finally go back and you do this. Until one day, well, that got moved down a little bit. Thank you, resolution. Until one day you wake up and this is what you see on the orange site. It is the new application you just deployed, is what it said. It's at the top of Hacker News. Has this happened to anybody? Has anybody gotten to the top of Hacker News? Yeah, I don't know. Is it possible? Can you do it? So this happens. Just imagine this happening to anything that you've deployed. Now, in the marketing department, they are going nuts. This is what they live for. This is what they want. Like, yeah, we made it. People know who we are. And they're celebrating, there's champagne, there's everything. But meanwhile, engineers are like, oh no. No, it's probably fine. No, yeah, no, it's fine. Nothing can go, what could go wrong? Something could go wrong. But like, did it crash? We were just on this big orange website that everybody looks at, and we were inundated by traffic and users. Did it crash? Like, what could have gone wrong? Like, imagine this was your application. What are things that would just worry you about that day? Anybody? Did it scale? Did the database handle the load? Did my code operations go? Did they get a 404? Did they get a 500? Did we get leaked? Did the hackers find us? Yeah, so like that's scary, and I know a lot of places I have, like, it's the goal. The goal is to be at the top of Hacker News, but like, are we ready for that? And so is your code ready for that? It's a good question. So what that led me to is the work that I've been doing with serverless functions, building them in JavaScript, like I do, because for the last, I don't know, decade plus, let's not focus on age. I've been writing them in JavaScript, and everybody knows how they work. There's like a cold start, like the first time they're hit, they warm up, and then they run pretty fast. But can we improve that anywhere? And what I've been doing, well, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. So we're gonna explore building on serverless. And I guess we should start with WTF is serverless anyway. And I borrowed this from one of my colleagues' blog posts, and I'll have the link at the end in a nice little resource sheet, so if you want to like take a little snapshot, you can. But serverless is the next logical evolution of the cloud computing paradigm. Because it enables even more efficient use of limited resources, time, money, and developer brainpower. So I wanted to kind of key in on these 4 fundamental principles for like what is serverless. And if you're interested, you can go and read the rest of the blog post, which is, of course, much longer than just one slide. So we're going to talk like the hands-off server service. I started as kind of a front-end developer. Yes, I was made fun of in college because the web was a fad, and all of my friends who went off to join gaming companies are now making less than me. It's fine. I didn't want to have to deal with like spinning up a service. I would get to the point where I can do Node.js. Node.js came along, building with Express.js, and then it's like, well, what do I do with this application? How do I run it on anything other than localhost? So that was like beyond me. There was no Kubernetes. Eventually, Heroku came along, and I could like spin up that. But like, what's a dyno anyway? Automated elastic scale. I don't have to worry about what happens whenever traffic increases because it's going to take care of that for me. I love that. Again, I'm a developer. I want to focus on the code, not worrying about the infrastructure. Consumption-based billing, only pay for what you're using. Whenever I was deploying to Heroku, I had to pay for the dyno. Whether I was using the app or not, I had to pay for that dyno. Most of the apps that I build now, they're part of my streaming, and so like I stream on Fridays. Like, why should I have to pay for usage on the other 6 days? And then built-in resilience and fault tolerance. So this is what we're talking about when we talk about serverless. So we've got functions as a service, which is part of serverless. So this is what's really nice because it's written using known languages, JavaScript, Python, etc. Does anybody use, and we're not talking about compiled languages yet, but does anybody use languages other than Python and JavaScript for serverless functions? Okay. It's the easiest way to get started, especially if you're using something like Netlify, which helps you with deploying them. They're just lambdas underneath. It allows you to deploy smaller units of code. So when I was writing things in Node and Express, like I would build out the whole CRUD system, CRUD routes, all of that, and deploy it. And for this, I can just target individual pieces. And I think that's gonna be important later on because they're nice and isolated, so you can replace them one by one as you need them, as long as you follow your API. But then we have to talk about cold starts. So the thing about not paying for things when you're not using them is they have to be spun down. You have to actually stop using them. So whenever somebody hits it again, it has to start up, and that's a cost. So it could take a matter of milliseconds, it could take seconds, it just depends. And then for those of you who haven't seen, I just put a nice little example of a hello world, so just to show what it looks like writing it in JavaScript. So you have the handler function. It can be async. You're given an event that's going to have your query string parameters, your body, your headers, all of that. And then there's a context with some extra stuff if you're doing like authentication and whatnot. But then all you have to do is return this nice JSON object that has like a status code, 200 OK, and then anything you want to put in the body. So the body is a string. So if you want to pass JSON back, just make sure you stringify that. But it's really easy for a lot of people to get up and going. If you're deploying on Netlify, you just need to create a folder, Netlify/functions, and then put this function in there, and boom, you have a function. And then I want to mention serverless database. This is taken from a really cool video, which I have put on the resources page as well, but it's a traditional database features combined with the value and flexibility of serverless architecture. So it abstracts away any database complexity with an API in the cloud. I love this. Like, there's database as a service out there, but you still are beholden to like the clients, the drivers. So if you're using something with MySQL, you have to pick out your favorite MySQL client. If you're doing something with Postgres, favorite Postgres client. If you're using MongoDB, you have to use their client, or their driver. That's what you have. But you still have to deal with connection pooling, and it just doesn't quite feel right, like on a serverless level, setting up a connection pool to make one thing and then close it down. So serverless databases are moving towards that, like API in the cloud. Like, how cool would it be to be able to send a SQL query to an endpoint? I would love that for SQL. Like, I know a lot of people are abstracting things out into GraphQL, and you can do that as well. So these are the key elements of the serverless database that we're trying to hit. Automated elastic scale. Again, same thing like with the serverless functions. If you get a huge load, it will expand for the need and then bring it back down. Native resiliency, simplicity and familiarity, consumption-based billing. Again, let's only pay for what we're using. I love that because I try to live inside the free tier a lot. But like if you get outside of that, which is what everybody eventually wants, like you end up with a bill for like $5, and I can handle that. Or I can bill it to somebody, pass that on. ACID transactions and speed. And if you're interested in serverless databases, I might know one, just right here, just this right here, that launched today. So you can come find me at the Cockroach DB booth after this, and we're happy to talk to you about anything. All right, are we done with the? Okay. We're done with our intro to serverless. It was quick, but hopefully it was good. So let's talk about improving the performance of serverless. We talked about the function, the cold start. There's execution time and all of that. And we're using languages that are interpreted. We're using JavaScript, we're using Python. And so to run those functions, all of your code has to be interpreted. So that adds on to that cold start time whenever you start things back up. So how do we get around that? Well, we can use compiled serverless functions. Written in compiled languages such as Rust and Go. I believe you can also write them in C#. I think that's Azure Functions allows you to do that. And then what happens is at deploy time, all the code gets compiled into a binary that is then able to be run. So instead of interpreting all the code and then starting it up, there's a binary where everything has been linked and optimized and everything during deploy time. So you don't have to spend that time every time the function warms up. So that gives you faster start and execution times. And then the thing that's really cool is because of the way you write your serverless functions, you can easily swap those out for existing functions. So as long as you keep your API the same, the user's never going to know if you're running a JavaScript function or you're running a Rust function. But hopefully, it will be faster. And so here is an example of using Hello World and an AWS Lambda using Rust. So there's a great crate out there called lambda_runtime. And then what you do is every Rust function that is a binary has a main function. And so in that, you're setting up your handler function, which we have down here, which takes in a value and a context, which I'm just not using because it's Hello World. And then it runs that. And so whenever during deploy time, all of that gets compiled into a little binary, copied into the file, and it's just easier to start up. And I did a demo, so I created a little demo project, which is going to be fun. It's going to use your phone. I think there's like some disclaimer around standard texting rates will apply. But I hooked this up using Twilio. And so we're going to run a little demo, and I'm going to put the number up, and we're going to have you text your GitHub username to this number. And I want you to think about or keep in mind how long it's going to take, how long it takes us to respond. Because the first thing that we're doing is using the JavaScript functions. So here we go. So feel free to text your GitHub username to this number, which I think is in New Jersey. It doesn't really matter, like, as long as it's not in like a different country. So text that, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna immediately start a build to push over the Rust functions. And hopefully it will get done because we're compiling all this. It takes about 8 minutes to deploy. So how are we doing on time? We're doing okay. Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to really quickly go over, and I'm going to push this commit. Cool, and so that's up, and then eventually we're going to have a little deploy here. So we're building. All right. Has anybody gotten their response yet? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Is it cool? Was that delightful? Yeah. Okay, let's talk about it. You should get a response similar to this. I can see it here too, and right here. I don't know why I'm looking up there. So this is a simple Twilio webhook, and I have it generating an image because I was trying to find something that was a big enough workload to kind of show the value in switching between functions. And so now we've got a tale of two functions. This whole demo uses two serverless functions. The first one is the Twilio webhook receiver. So we have, I don't know, I'm going to call her Brittany. She's got a ponytail. Seems like a Brittany to me. So Brittany sends a text to the Twilio phone number. Twilio will send a post to my Netlify function. So my Netlify function is just a Lambda function deployed by Netlify. All of the billing and everything is handled by Netlify. And there's a pretty generous free tier, so I can play a lot with this. The Netlify function is going to do really two things. It's going to verify the signature, which is it's going to take the signature that is passed over in the header. We're going to do some computations on the body, make sure that those match, so that way we know that this comes from Twilio. Has anybody written any webhooks? Anything that accepts webhooks? Do you check signature verification? Good, good, good. I love webhooks. I discovered them whenever I went to work for SparkPost because that was the way we delivered the information about emails out to people. Like we didn't have a pull service where you can say, give me all these metrics. We push them to you because that's the way we were trying to push people. And I'm really big about making sure like it's coming from where it is. So like no hackers are going to come in here and like spoof my Twilio demo webhook, but it's good practice. And so I like to make sure I do it. And then after that's done, we're going to move on to just returning TWIML. So if you're familiar with Twilio, they have XML, like you do these days, for the response. And this is what it looks like. I'm not using this exact same text, but you have a response. We're saying return a message. The body is whatever text it's going to be. So in this demo, it's the JavaScript function response. And then we also have a media tag where we can give it a URL to the image. And that's going to insert that into the response. And so that's what you got. This is not hardly anything of the demo. This is just receiving the message and then sending a response. Everything is done inside of this media tag because the URL that we are sending is actually to another webhook that generates the image. And so that is our other function, which looks something like this. So Twilio now has that image URL, and it's going to do a GET request that's going to hit our other Netlify function. This is just what the URL looks like. So you can see it's generate image, and then I'm passing over basically the username that you supplied in the email, in the text. And it's going to do kind of two things. It's going to go out and it's going to get information about your GitHub user. So it's going to hit the GitHub API, pull back your information. I'm only interested in your profile image because I thought, wouldn't it be cool to put your profile image into an image? Sure. And then it generates the image and it responds with the image. So whenever we respond with that serverless function, we are sending it a 200 OK, but we're setting the content type as image PNG, and we're writing the bytes out there, so it's like hitting an image directly. OK, so we've done 2 functions, and would you like to see some of the code? Yeah. Now, all this code is going to be available on my GitHub repo. It's going to be linked on the resource. Feel free to like play around with it, contact me about it. It's fine. So this is the code, which is very small. Let me bump it. Is that good? All right. Y'all in the back, you good? All right. So there's a lot of stuff going on here because I'm writing both Rust functions and JavaScript functions. And Netlify is going to take care of deploying both of them. My JavaScript functions are just simply in a Netlify functions folder. And so you can write these just like any JavaScript file. So the entry point here for the webhooks one is this webhooks Twilio.js. Like it's 27 lines of code. Not very big. And there's like some console logs in there too, because why not? So you can see we're using this with verified Twilio helper that I created, which basically just wraps the handler. It parses the body, because the body actually comes in not as JSON, because again I guess if it ain't broke, I guess don't fix it. So we get that's how we're getting the body to where I can pull out what you sent in the text, and I'm just trimming it off. We're not doing a lot of like checking for errors because it's a demo. But then I'm just building a Twilio response. There's a nice package to help you with that. And so I'm setting the body, JavaScript function response, and the media with the URL of the image function and your username. And then we're just returning it. It's type XML. That's it. And then everything else is being done inside this generate image function. And this is a doozy. There's a lot of things going on. So how do you generate an image in JavaScript? This was an interesting thing to look at. There's been people who have created functions like this for doing the open graph images. So if you want to have custom open graph images for your blog posts, things like that, it's all based on that, where you can kind of pass in information and generate it. But what's happening is it is spinning up an instance of Playwright, which is loading a custom React component and then taking a screenshot of it. So we have a couple build processes making this work. There's a build process for making the function, but down here we have our image component, and this is like its own little project that it outputs just the React code that's been rendered. And so we're pulling that gets built, and it gets saved into a folder next to this file. It gets read in. So here's like all this web page that's building a little web page that's 1280 by 1280, and then Playwright takes a screenshot for us, and then we just return that out. So if it felt like it took a little bit for that to happen, that's why. That's how we do this in JavaScript. And so then we can move on. So those are the 2 functions in JavaScript. I can go into more detail if you like. Again, after this, I'm happy to talk to you about any of it. But let's look at how we did this in Rust. And what I do is I create a crates folder. The whole thing is a cargo workspace. So whenever I do, from the root, I do cargo build or whatever, whenever the release goes, it actually builds those 2 crates. And then I have in the make file here where, so it does all the different building stuff, and then it copies the binaries into the Netlify functions folder, because that's where Netlify needs them to deploy them. So inside this crate, inside crates, we have 2 crates. Each crate is its own function. Again, the easy one is the one for the Twilio webhooks. And so if we look inside here in our main folder, We're using crypto. That's what's going to help us verify the signature. And we are using the Lambda runtime for the Lambda, some Certa for the JSON. But the handler is basically, let's grab the username from the body, and we're going to set the media URL, and then we're just going to respond with some TWIML. So same thing there. Basically the same code. We're returning an OK status code, et cetera, et cetera. This is kind of an interesting function, putting that together to pull out to verify the signature and then also parse the body. But what we'll find is the generate image. This is actually, I think it's a little bit easier to kind of grope whenever you look at the code. So again, we are creating a Lambda function. So we have to build the handler. And so we are getting from the query string the username, because we're passing that on as a query string. I wrote a little function that grabs the GitHub user. And then what it does is it encodes that data. So I need to have that as binary image data. And then we can generate the image using this GitHub user. And so this is using a package called OG_writer. It's a fairly new package, but it works. Well, it works. I had to fork it and change some things, but that's kind of like the fun of it, right? So this works, and it works pretty fast. Here's the font. That's being built into the binary. The avatar data, we're setting that data. We can do the border radius. If you talk to each other after this, there are actually 3 different phrases that are added to your image, and so there's where it is there. I have a vector where I'm just randomly picking one, and yeah, and then it outputs that. And then what's really cool is you can actually write a test. So if you wanted to test this locally, instead of deploying it and going through all of your build minutes, which I've done, you can have it just generate the image so that way you can check and make sure everything's on. So that was a lot. That was the code. And do we have our numbers? OK. So let's check our build. So our build has been published. That's the last thing I forgot to tell you. So we talked about being able to change these functions one by one. And to change them, all we need to do, because I'm using Netlify, is go into our Netlify TOML where I have my redirects. And so we're saying from webhooks Twilio, right now it's pointing to the webhooks Twilio RS, which is the Rust function. And then the /generate/image is pointing to the generate image RS function. And so whenever I want to switch those back and forth between which function is being called, it's just this redirect. So I can just uncomment one of these, comment the other ones, and redeploy, and then it's good. So you can change out only the function you want. So we've been deployed on Netlify. You can kind of see it there. Oh, it's much bigger up there. If you want, you can go ahead and text your username again, and this time it will respond using the Rust. And if you still have it in your mind of like how long it took for it to respond, then you might notice that it's faster. And while you're doing that, we can kind of look at the numbers. So we've got, on one side, we've got the Twilio webhook, and the other side, we've got the image generation. At the top, these are the numbers and the memory usage for the JavaScript functions. And then underneath it, it's the same thing, but for the Rust. And it's kind of interesting to see like the differences in it. So for the Twilio webhook, there's not a lot going on here. You know, we got 1.31, 1.66 for the Rust function, but for the JavaScript one, like it's not that bad. It's 2.15 milliseconds. Might not be worth it to like swap that one out. But if we take a look at the image generation, like look at these numbers. Like the execution time in JavaScript is like 10x what it is in Rust. So maybe that's the one that you want to target and be like, you know what, let's replace this functionality with a Rust function and speed up our performance, because we're probably, it's going to be negligible for the work on the Twilio webhook side. But like also look at the memory usage. And thinking about like how much you're paying for serverless functions, you're paying for like your memory usage, you're paying for your execution time, so that's going to include the cold start. And so, I don't know what that's going to be in like actual real money, but I mean, that looks like a savings right there. So I hope this was interesting. I don't claim to be an expert on any of this, but I find it really fascinating. And the serverless functions was kind of my entry into learning Rust. Like I've been wanting to learn Rust for a while. I have a great community that's really big into learning it. And between this and then the WASM stuff, the WebAssembly stuff, got me into it. And so I've been like replacing my JavaScript functions with Rust ones, like kind of here and there. With my Twitch streams, like I have Twitch webhooks coming in, and they're now all using Rust. And so, I mean, it's gone from free to free, and but it's a fun exercise to do. I do want to give a special thanks to Chris Viscardi. They have helped me a lot getting these Rust functions to work. So I am a bit of a Rust novice, and they've always been really good to review my code and like suggest things. So I learned about the OG writer because of them. And they just launched Rust Adventure. So if you are interested in learning Rust, I highly recommend checking out this site. There's a free lesson that like comes to you over email, but they wrote it with like JavaScript and Python developers in mind. And they are an instructor on egghead.io. So if any of you are subscribers of that, you've probably seen their videos before. And they are part of the Party Corgi network. So that's what these wonderful little party GIFs are. And then here's that resources slide. So if you want to take a picture, I'm sure I can make these slides available somewhere too if you also want to like click on any of the links. And that's all I have for today. I thank you for attending. Like I know it's huge for us to be able to be all in the same room. It's really surreal, like seeing how spread apart the chairs are. But it was nice being able to like actually talk to people. And I'm happy to take any questions. If we run out of time, I'm going to be available at our booth downstairs. Yes. Yeah, so Oh, and repeat the question for the recording, for the people online. Yes, exactly. Good point. So the question is, why did I choose Rust coming from a JavaScript background? Is that good? I have a computer science background, so I went to school and I learned Java and C and had to do all of that. And it's been many, many years since I've done any kind of like compiler language, right? Like, everything is JavaScript. Like I started as a front end to JavaScript. When Node came around, I was like, I can do back end stuff now. I already know JavaScript. But I've wanted to get back into using like a compiled language. I've tried Go. At Cockroach, we use a lot of Go, but it just didn't feel right. And I tried Rust, and I'm really impressed with their tooling, with Cargo, with the compiler. The compiler is like my best friend because it's like, hey, you're trying to do this. I bet you wanted to do that. And I'm like, I did want to do that. And I'm just waiting for like Rust to get so smart that they'd be like, hey, friend, I fixed this for you. I got an idea of what you're trying to do. And I just wrote the code. But it's been a very nice experience learning. I also like that I like the Rust book. So if you go to rustlang.org, I think is the website, there is a free book that just like teaches you how to do it. It doesn't cover like the async stuff with like the futures, but I'm slowly getting into that too. But it's also nice to have a language that has a community around it, like a community of nice people. Like you can go with any question and no one's gonna be like, you dummy. Like they will like jump in and help you until you got it. So that's kind of what led me to Rust, is all of that. Any other questions? Yeah. That's a good question, and so I showed the stats, and I'll go back to this page. So I showed the stats for the performance between JavaScript and Rust, and what they asked is what I thought it would be if I used Go. And that's a really good question, and the way I wrote this talk, like the CFP, is I could use like any combination of languages. It's just the demo is currently only written in this. So I would love to go through and write these functions again in Go. I would have tons of help. I could probably even just like ask some of our engineers to do it, but then I could switch between that and see what their performance is like. So the reason that those numbers aren't up there is just it hasn't been written yet, but I fully intend to be able to have this as kind of like a demo where I can just swap between all of it. So we have two different functions that make up the whole demo, and then I could just say, I want this function to be JavaScript, I want this function to be Go, or I want this function to be Python. Like I could write a Lambda function using Python, and then we can just like improve upon it and take this around to different shows. Yeah. You'll write the Python? Excellent. Pull requests are welcome. Yeah, it's all open source. We're all community here. I do eventually get around to looking at the things that come up on GitHub. Like there's just numbers, lots of numbers.
Did you already put your GitHub repo up there and I completely missed it?
Yeah, the question was, did I put my GitHub repo up there? And yes, on this resources slide, the first one is the serverless talk demo repo. So most places on the internet, it's Aydrian. On GitHub, I'm Aydrian because that's my name and I got it first. And if you want to talk about like how bitter I am about not getting it for all the other places, I'll be downstairs.
What license are you using for that?
For the serverless demo, I am using the default GitHub license whenever you create a repo. I believe it's MIT. Yeah. Sweet. Well, thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of the conference. I know there's not a lot left, but be safe getting home if you are having to fly or whatnot. I'm going to be heading back to New York because my corgi misses me. At least that's what I tell myself.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for sticking around till the afternoon session. I hope you're having a great conference experience so far. This is the introduction to GitHub Actions. Who saw the Brian Douglas presentation yesterday on GitHub Actions? Anybody? All right, then you won't have anything spoiled for you. Now, Brian Douglas is a GitHub, I guess he's a developer advocate now, who does a presentation talking about how they can be used in general. What I want to do today is kind of give you some of the background of it, but also help you understand some of the implementation aspects. And I'll start out by saying this will probably be more material than you might normally want to consume in a 45-minute session, so I'll apologize in advance. But the idea is to get you exposed to some of the concepts around them and kind of how they work so you have that background, and then you can kind of pick up and explore more on your own. So, my name is Brent Laster. I have a training company called Tech Skills Transformation. In my day job, I'm a director at a DevOps organization working for SAS in Cary, North Carolina. Written some books and other things in there. Do some training. There's a Git book you have out on Amazon if you're interested in learning more about Git. Maybe some of you got a chance to look at it yesterday. We did a book signing for it. Jenkins 2 book as well. If you're interested in learning about pipelines as code or Jenkins in general, check that one out. If you do get that one, I recommend getting the electronic version because it has some of the printouts are kind of washed out in the printed version. And if you search for my name on O'Reilly, you'll find a few courses if you're interested in learning about Kubernetes, continuous delivery, Git, any of those sorts of things. So let's talk about what GitHub Actions are. Who here has used GitHub Actions? Anybody? A couple of people? Great. So really, GitHub Actions are a way to create custom automated workflows in GitHub. I keep forgetting I have a monitor down here too, that are executed based on events or operations that happen in a repository. So the actions are tied into a GitHub repository, and based on different kinds of events that we'll talk about in a moment, they can react and do things that might normally require you to, for example, to use an API or such to use. They are building blocks in that they can be combined and shared. You can chain actions together, do multiple things, and it's really about being able to automate any kind of task you want. Most commonly, we might think of this in the sort of software development lifecycle situations, particularly like CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous delivery. And in that sense, they can be an alternative for some of these other apps that you see up here, Jenkins, GitLab, Travis, CircleCI, all of those. Now, I'm not going to say they're the exact replacement, but they all have their pluses and minuses. But a lot of people think of them in terms of being able to automate the CI/CD process. For example, when I do a pull request into my GitHub repository and I want to have GitHub spin up some sort of a build or test scenario that can validate that the code that's coming into the repository actually is good before it goes all the way in. So what's interesting about it? Well, direct integration with GitHub. That's probably its biggest claim to fame, and also probably its most restrictive sense, in that it is specifically tied into GitHub and to GitHub repositories. You can actually go into GitHub, and there's in the GitHub repository, there'll be a little place you can go into in the code that is under the workflow .github workflows directory. That's where your actions pieces live in there. They live in your repository. You can go in then through the actions menu in GitHub in your repository, and you can look at the actions. You can see the different ones that run, the history, and so on. And you actually have a graphical interface as well that, much like you might see when you're chaining together Jenkins jobs or anything like that, you can see the chain of actions and jobs that are run in them as you've executed them. You can also go in and debug. You can go in and see the logs from the actions. You can go in and see what's actually happened under the covers. So it's got great integration with GitHub. That's its main claim to fame. And then what else is interesting about it? Well, you can automate pretty much anything that you can trigger off of as far as events. For example, you can automate things on projects, watches, deleting, check runs, page builds, all these different things you see, pull requests, those kinds of things. Now, most of the time, you're probably going to want to do it on things like pull requests, but it's good to know that there's a lot of different kinds of events that you can actually run the actions on. The on keyword here says when this event happens, when I detect this kind of event in GitHub, then I'm going to go off and look for a workflow to actually execute and run. And click through these types of triggers for different events. Here's the kinds of things that you can trigger on in GitHub. A single event, for example, just a push. You can also have a list of events. You could have a push or a pull and a pull request and trigger on either one of those. You could have schedule events. There's a cron syntax there where you can actually cron it to run a certain intervals, minutes, hours, days of the week, whatever makes sense for that. There are manual events as well. You can have a workflow dispatch, repository dispatch, things that would trigger the workflow based on some manual process. You can have workflow reuse events. What that means is that you can have one workflow calling another one. So you can have all kinds of different things that you can trigger off of. And the most common one probably is going to be something like a standard webhook event. A webhook, if you're not familiar with that term, is essentially when GitHub detects that something happens and it sends a payload, as we call it, with information about what happened, what changed in there to some other process. So we think about this, for example, if you're using Jenkins, you can have GitHub trigger or send webhook or fire a webhook and send information across the network to your Jenkins instance so that it can then respond to that and pull down the code and so on. This is just webhooks running then within GitHub itself to be able to trigger the workflows. How actions work? Well, we start out with the basic concept of an event. Events occur, for example, a pull request or a push or a commit or something that happens in the repository, a webhook. And we start out with this idea that we have triggered some kind of an event. Now, an event's usually going to be something that simply occurs, and then because we're working in GitHub repositories, has a commit associated with it, or a SHA-1 reference of some kind, a branch or tag or something like that. So the information then gets sent out as an event. And within a GitHub workflow, the first parts that we have is this sort of on here that says, when do we trigger this? When do we actually say, oh, this is something we should pay attention to and should execute? And you can see here it says on a push or a pull request for a branch main, only for branch main. That's when we go off and actually do whatever we have inside the workflow and run the jobs. So we have the event piece there. And over here on the right-hand side, this is an excerpt of some of the things that you can actually trigger events off of. This is only a part of them, but you can see this is all the webhook events, the common kinds of things you might be choose to have to key off of when they happen in the GitHub repository. Moving on from events then, events can trigger workflows. So a workflow is just a procedure. It's basically like a little program or a script that you want to run automatically. This stuff is written in YAML. Seems like YAML is everywhere these days, but it's basically it's a set of jobs that run something for us. So it gets added to your repository. You can have one or more jobs in there to get executed, and then it can be triggered or scheduled by the event, and it's useful for doing things like CI/CD or whatever you want to automate. So the event then keys onto the workflow, and as we saw, there's that little piece in there, the on part, that says, hey, this is the case where I want you to actually go off and execute what I've got in this workflow. GitHub then, if you go into the Actions menu on your repository, has this list of the workflows. You can go in there and you can select the ones. You can see the different workflows, get the history. You can look at the logs and drill into them and so on. So we have events that drive workflows, and then we have, within the workflows, we have things like we call jobs. Jobs are simply sets of steps. Workflow with multiple jobs usually runs them in parallel by default. You can tell that to run them in sequence instead. And jobs contain steps, which is simply a task that can execute the commands in the job. The steps can be either some kind of action or it can be a shell command. So we have inside our workflow one or more jobs that the workflow gets triggered by the event, and then the workflow goes off and runs the jobs, which has the steps in it. Steps then are what we're calling the GitHub Actions. So this is really kind of the environment around the actions. The actions themselves are kind of what goes into the steps there. And the actions are sort of separate packaged up pieces of functionality, as we'll talk about in a moment. So we have different steps in there, and we can have actions within those steps that run. And here's an example on the right-hand side, a little hard to see probably with the small print, but there is actually an actions checkout here. So there's a steps keyword, and then there is actions checkout at V2. So that is an action or a process that somebody has created that does a checkout, basically out of GitHub. The V2, version 2. This is what actions look like. Actions are really those pieces of information in there that set up to do some specific piece of functionality in there. Now, the other piece that we need to talk about in the environment sense of GitHub Actions is the runner. The runner is really just a server with GitHub Actions runner app on it. It's a machine to execute the processes on. It can be either something that GitHub hosts or it could be a self-hosted runner. So the runner listens for available jobs. It has that agent piece on it, that Actions runner app on it. And so it listens for jobs, and then it listens for, then it executes the steps on the machine. So we have, again, the workflow with the different jobs, the event that triggers that, the steps that are available in that, the actions in there, and then when it gets triggered and when it actually runs, it runs it on a runner. Again, these can be GitHub hosted runners, hosted by GitHub, or they can be self-hosted runners. And actions then have different runs of the actions and, of course, log results as well. So the basic way that workflows are triggered from a high level is some event happens in a particular GitHub repository. Again, the actions are tied to a repository. So an event happens in there. The resulting event has some sort of a SHA reference, the SHA one being the basically like the checksum of the content that's going into GitHub. I'm sure you probably all have heard the SHA-1 value talked about. Then we have a Git reference. The reference could be like a branch or a tag or whatever area we're working in the repository. We have this .github workflows. That's the area where these pieces are stored. So if you go and start looking for the workflows and stuff, it'll be in that .github workflows area, and it gets searched for files that match that area that we're working in. In other words, the branch or the area that we're looking at. The workflow files for the commit and ref are inspected, and then we'll look at the on piece to see, do we match the conditions that we're looking for? Are we doing the kind of event here, a push, a pull request, that kind of thing that we are matching on here and looking for the workflow to execute on? Is it on the right branch if we have a branch specified? That sort of thing. So the on piece then says this is where we should execute it when these conditions are met. Then the workflow gets run from there. So overall, kind of the big picture, in your GitHub repository, you have the .github directory, you have the workflows directory, you have your workflows in there, and you can have more than one workflow defined. You have workflows have jobs, and I'll just kind of click through these very quickly. And then you have an event, and whatever workflow it matches to, it causes things to run in runners and execute the actions. So that's kind of the high-level picture of how the environment fits and how GitHub Actions actually fit into GitHub repositories. Let's go and talk a little bit about some other things you can do with actions. You can edit actions. You can use the GitHub environment to look at information from the actions, to look at output. You can also go in and edit them. In the actions menu on that top level, just as you have the code menu and such, you also have an actions menu. And that actions menu will list all the workflows you have. The workflow is that higher level piece that contains the jobs and the steps and so on. So you can pick the workflow you're interested in. You can also go into this, click on this link here, which is the file, the actual YAML file that contains your workflow. Click on that, and then you can go in and you can actually edit the file in GitHub itself, and you can go in and make changes to the code in there. Of course, you can pull it down locally as well and modify it and put it back out there, but the point of this is that you have a kind of a full environment in GitHub itself to be able to work with these. On the right-hand side is a way that you can search for public actions. These are all kinds of different actions that people have set up. You can see things like download a build artifact, upload a build artifact, kinds of things. These are public actions. So actions become a way to package up this functionality that can be shared in GitHub and can be pulled into your different workflows and used. If we want to update an action or a workflow with a pull request, it's the same as any other kind of pull request. We go in and we would edit the file, and then we would go in and confirm the merge, create the pull request, and we could see it run. So we'll actually try to validate then to make sure that the action is valid, the same way that it would do for something else that you're trying if you had CI/CD connected up to it. So we'll go through and validate that, and you can also go in and drill in and see where any errors are. So again, you have that full environment inside of GitHub to be able to interact with any changes or such that you're making to actions there. Searching for a public action, so you have actions already before you ever create your own action, and you can create your own action, as I'll talk about in a moment. You want to probably search out there to see if there's already an action that somebody has put together that you could pull in. You know, you almost might think of these like plugins or something to some other systems there. It's functionality that people have put together and made available to use. At their core, they're just going to be the same kind of things you have already with YAML files to specify the action piece and then some underlying code to do whatever is needed. So you can go out and you can search for public actions. You can type in there in the window in GitHub, upload, for example. Upload to find the one that says upload a build artifact. And then you can go out and get more information to it, and you can actually link out to it on the web, and you'll find things like what does it use? It uses actions upload artifact, meaning which one do you pull into your workflow if you want to use this. what kind of parameters do you need, and so on. So there are a ton of public actions out there that you can already take advantage of, and chances are the thing you need, probably somebody has already done it, unless it's something more kind of strict to your environment. You can actually go out and then click on that and view the marketplace action. So the marketplace is the main place where you have these actions that you can go and get from. Everybody has a marketplace, right? Well, GitHub Actions are no different. There's a GitHub marketplace action. And you can go out and you can look at that. You can see, you can pick the versions on the right-hand side. You can go in and drill into the code and see what's actually happening there. It's all open source. So you can look at the action and find out information about it. You can also create custom actions. If you don't find an action that has what you need in it, you can create your own custom action. And you can also customize community actions. So you can start with a public action out there from the marketplace, from that community, and you could bring it in and then modify it yourself. You can integrate with any kind of public API. You can run it directly on a machine or in a Docker container. You can define the inputs, outputs, environments. It does require a metadata file. So all the GitHub actions will have this action.yaml file, action.yml. That's the interface for the action when you're defining a GitHub action. But underlying that, you can have different kinds of code. So it gets defined and it gets tagged with a label. We saw that at v2 for the uploading an artifact. And then we can, to use it, we simply put it in .github workflows and then use it in there. So if you want to know what this looks like, kind of the process, we create a GitHub repo for our action. We clone it down, create the files that we need, add an action YAML, which is, again, that interface file that allows it to be used as an action. Do a commit and tag it with some sort of a version number like we saw. Typically, it's like a V1, V2, that kind of thing. And then push it up with the follow tags to make sure the tag gets in there. And then in your workflow file, you would simply say whatever the condition was, like on push sort of thing, jobs and runs on whatever it's going to run on, the kind of runner. And then the steps would have the information about your repo and your action. So the uses here is what calls out that it's a separate action there. That's the one you put in your repository, your action name at some tag. So if you had like your own separate GitHub enterprise area or something, you can make your own repository with your own GitHub actions to use in that. So when we talk about custom action types, to help you understand a little bit more about what's involved in a custom action, there's a couple of different types that they support. One is a Docker custom action. So a Docker custom action packages up the environment with the actions code. This gives you the most control because it's running in a container and you have everything configured in that container to be able to control the environment exactly. The environment can include specific OS versions, config, tools, whatever. It runs only on Linux runners with Docker installed, so your runner system has to be Linux in this case. It's slower due to the cost of building and retrieving the container, because you're going to have an image, and then when you actually go off to run it, it's going to have to start up and build and run that container. And then GitHub is going to build an image from the Docker file and run it in a new container. So when you have this, you would have Docker plus a Docker file plus some kind of action YAML. So you have the Docker file that describes the container you're going to build and execute, just like any other container. And again, then you have that action YAML file, which is what actually defines how that can be used. Another type is JavaScript. So we can have JavaScript ones which run directly on a runner for any of the Mac OS, Linux, or runner or Windows pieces. And this separates the action from the environment. So you can use something like Node.js there. And it needs to be pure JavaScript, no other binaries available. And it can use the binaries already on the runner. So it needs to be JavaScript as far as the code in there. So you could have like an index.js, and then you could have an action YAML that ties into that. So if you could do something in JavaScript this way, then you can tie it into an action. Again, as long as it has that action YAML, you're good to go. The other kind is called a composite. Composite combines multiple workflow steps into one action. Can run on any kind of runner, any of the systems it supports. And you could have a simple shell script, for example, an action YAML. This is the case, I mean, with just a simple shell script, just a couple of commands to run or something like that. So you can keep it very simple. So different ways to actually implement the functionality of an action. As long as you have that action YAML that maps it back to what it needs and describes it, and you can put it in a separate Git repository, you can use it in your workflow. So it's really not that bad. There is an actions toolkit to provide packages for more easily creating or working with actions. It has functions in there to be run in code, such as a core set of actions or the core actions that can be used to do things like set output, in this case color, or it can run as workflow commands, so you can actually have it as calling these core functions to do this or running them as separate commands in the workflow. There's the GitHub Actions here. You can see different actions you can choose from, different categories, like the core set of actions for inputs, outputs, results, actions, exec, and so on. I didn't bother to try to show more of them, but you get the idea. There's different groups of actions you can choose from to draw on as you're creating your own actions. Some of the packages here, they're stored actually, if you drill into this separate areas, like here's the one for the actions core in GitHub. You can see the actions toolkit there and see a little bit about the actions core set. GitHub Actions have some environment variables you can also use. The GitHub workflow, run number, so forth. You see a lot of them in there. Basically, this is default variables or default environment variables for each run of an action. As with a lot of other processes, they'll give you a basic configuration automatically when you're running their processes. So this gives you basic settings that GitHub fills in for you when you're running your actions. They're case sensitive. They can be for a step, job, or overall workflow. For example, you can see here on this little section here, we have a level that we have an environment variable level admin, and then we check to see if that's the case and check to see the user ID and so on. The viewing the workflow run history, we talked about this briefly before, but basically if you go into the actions menu, you can actually select a particular workflow and then see the run of it here, and you can drill back through it. So it keeps information around about which actions, about the runs of the different actions. You can look at a specific one, you can drill into it, and you can get into the logs and see debug information. When you're looking at the logs, you basically just click on the workflow in the list of workflows, click on the step you're interested in, look into that. There's a little gear icon up here in the upper right that you can look at and get options such as timestamps to see when the timestamps of when things run. You're also able to view the raw logs. There's an entry here. So you can go in again through the GitHub interface and see what was being executed and take a look at what was happening in there to do your debugging. You can also set up debug messages and such. There's ways to do that in your action. We're not going to have time to go into that today, but there are ways to do that as well. The actions runner, let's talk about runners for a minute. So the runner is the application that runs a job from GitHub Actions workflow. Basically, you have the runner app, then you put on a system, and that's how it knows to be able to execute the different workflows with the actions in there. GitHub does provide a set of virtual environments for actions for hosted runners. Again, you can have a runner that is hosted by GitHub or that is hosted by you. Here's the available environments. See, we have ones for Ubuntu, Mac OS, Windows Server, and so on. These are virtual machine images of Microsoft-hosted agents, in this case for Azure pipelines. Now, one thing about this, and I'll refer to this a little bit later on towards the end when we get to talking about cost, there is a higher cost actually for doing the Mac ones especially. For Mac and Windows, surprisingly, with Microsoft, but there is a higher cost that they charge you for running those in there as well. So GitHub hosted versus self-hosted runners. So the basic idea here is if you want to be simple and quick and easy to use one of the GitHub runners, okay? We'll talk about cost a little bit later on, but you can do a certain amount with it. It's hosted by GitHub. It runs the GitHub applications automatically, the runner application. There's the Linux, Mac OS platforms. It is quicker and simpler, owned by GitHub, so they're managing all of that in the background for you. You don't have to worry about that. You have free minutes on GitHub planned when you have with a cost for any overages. And then you have installed packages, tools, automatic updates that happen, and then the implementation is a virtual machine. Self-hosted, as you might imagine, any system configuration that you want to use, you need to make sure you put the GitHub runner application on it. You can make it configurable as you need to. The cost, of course, is free to use with Action, but you're responsible for any other infrastructure costs that you assume in the course of running it. It's only for self-hosted runner applications, automatic updates, and of course it can be virtual or physical. So if you need a different sort of a setup, or if you already have machines that you can use them as a self-hosted runner. If you want to just do it the easiest way, simplest, quickest, and you want to have everything already taken care of you for it, you don't have to, you can just use the GitHub hosted runner systems. So another piece that GitHub Actions provides for you is storage of what we call artifacts. Actions allow you to persist data after a job has completed. It could be any kind of artifact, a jar file, WAR file, something like that. It could be a document. It could be whatever makes sense to persist. So an artifact is just a file or a collection of files that get produced during your workflow run. Maybe it's something that you compiled if you're doing that sort of, like a Cicd sort of thing. Or maybe it's something you want to be kept around to share with another workflow. Any kind of output, log files, those kinds of things. Actions, artifacts can be uploaded. If we workflow run, you may remember the upload artifact, one of the actions that was available there. They can be shared between jobs in the same workflow. Remember that the workflow is that overall encompassing piece. We can have multiple workflows in a GitHub repository, but within the workflow we have jobs. So the artifacts can be shared between the jobs. For example, if you were doing a workflow for Cicd, you might temporarily put artifacts in GitHub and store them there. It's visible in the UI, as we see here. This is basically taken from the GitHub workflow page, and you see we can see the uploaded this greetings jar artifact here. They're retained for 90 days by default. You can tweak that, of course. There's going to be a charge for it depending on how much storage you need to use and those kinds of things. But it's a convenient way to be able to store files, especially if you have multiple jobs that need to use the same artifacts or have them readily available for them. So what are the limits? So we talk about GitHub Actions. Let's talk a little bit towards the end here of this about some of the limits that you run into and some of the cost considerations. So in terms of the limits, the job execution time, each job can run up to 6 hours of execution time. At 6 hours, it's going to terminate the job and mark it as failing to complete. The workflow runtime, each workflow run is limited to 72 hours. Once you get past that, the workflow run gets automatically canceled. API requests, you can call in the APIs from your workflow, from your jobs and such. You can execute up to 1,000 API requests in an hour across all the actions in there. Past that, additional API calls will fail and likely bad things will happen. So they keep that in mind. Concurrent jobs. The number of concurrent jobs depends on your plan, but past a certain limit, additional jobs are queued. So you can see here, I copied this table out of some of the documentation. The GitHub plan, GitHub Actions are available pretty much on any plan you have, and you get a certain amount. It's just when you go over that, then you have a certain cost incurred with that. So total concurrent jobs, 20, 40, 60, 180 for depending on your plan type. Maximum concurrent Mac OS jobs is much smaller. Mac OS, I guess their hardware stuff, it's much more pricey, so they charge you a premium, or they scale down the number you can do, and also charge you a premium for the number of minutes you can use. How much does it cost? Part one, it's free for both public repositories, self-hosted runners. For private repos, each GitHub account gets a designated amount of free minutes and storage. Above that, the usage is going to be controlled by spending limits that you can set up for it, or your company can set up for it. The minutes reset every month, but not the storage. So you can see here on the storage, there's a certain amount, for the free, the pro, the organizations, the team, and the enterprise, and it goes up as you're going along. The minutes per month that you're allowed as well. So you get into this amount here. If you're getting into the enterprise stuff, you're getting into the higher levels, but also presumably the higher cost as you're paying for the plan. Part two, the total storage is actions, artifacts, and GitHub package. So this total storage that you can consume in there is the amount for the artifacts that you can store in there, as well as packages. Packages are basically containers or dependencies or other things that you need to pull in with your process. The storage usage is calculated based on an hour usage during the month. So you basically look at how much storage you're using every hour, and then they factor that in and charge you based on that. So if you leave something sitting around for a long time, you're going to be paying for it, basically how much storage you're using on this per hour basis. The, excuse me, the runtime here, per minute rates, and as I mentioned earlier, if the jobs run on Windows or Mac OS, you can see there's a multiplier they have. For Linux, it's 1. For Windows, it's twice as much. They count, if 1 minute counts for 2 minutes. If it's a Mac OS, 1 minute counts for 10 minutes. So be aware of that. If you're doing the Mac OS, you may be better off trying to actually do something different, or at least do it on your own runners. Just a quick note here, there are lots of training options out there, but if anybody is interested in learning more about this, there is a workshop I'm doing for No Fluff Just Stuff in December. If you're interested in checking that one out, it'll be a virtual. It's going to be like probably a 3.5 hour hands-on. We'll do like 6 different labs and go through GitHub Actions, give you and you'll be able to have something in GitHub working there. So as I said, this is not the only one, so I'm not pushing this particular one, but if you're interested in some hands-on training, maybe check that one out as well. All right, that's it, I think. Sorry I went through that kind of fast, but questions? Thank you, appreciate it. Yes, sir. So just for the folks on the virtuals, the question was, is this meant to replace TeamCity, Jenkins? Looks like it's pretty comprehensive. Well, you know, there's the whole thing about is Microsoft taking over the world, right? But I mean, it certainly is the case that they want to have something for you to use as an alternative to these other things. Certainly you can use like Travis CI, those kinds of pieces in there to work with GitHub repositories as well. But one of the things here that they'll emphasize in the documentation, and Brian was emphasizing yesterday, was that this is not just about CI/CD. CI/CD is the most common use case, but it's really about automating anything in GitHub. And that's the kicker though, like I said, this is only about GitHub repositories. So certainly if you are using GitHub repositories and you're comfortable with the cost factor and stuff, there is an appeal to be able to do your CI/CD kind of inside of GitHub itself and to spin that up and to have it run automatically. So is it intended to replace? It's certainly intended to give another option if it fits in the GitHub space. Yes, of course. That one? Yeah. I think O'Reilly also has a GitHub Actions thing as well. But this one, like I said, will be a hands-on sort of thing. Other questions? Actually, it's pretty easy to try it out too, and I would encourage, yeah.
Small questions.
Yeah.
I was wondering, okay, so you mentioned like 1,000 API requests is low. Is that like the GitHub API?
Yeah, basically like, yeah. You can call it the GitHub API, yeah.
I already forgot my other question.
Okay, awesome. Anybody else?
Oh.
Yeah.
So do you know how comparable like this whole setup is with other? Okay, so
I've done a little bit with GitLab runners, but honestly, it's been a while. We did early on. I had where I work, my day job, we did a comparison with that. And, I think GitHub Actions are a really nice fit, again, if you're working in GitHub. Just like GitLab runners are probably a very good fit if you're working in GitLab. Outside of that, you're probably maybe better off with something else as well. Or if you can't, if you don't have like an enterprise account, this is appealing from the standpoint of, I'll give you a sort of experience. We had some folks that looked at everything we were doing in Jenkins and stuff, and they were able to take GitHub Actions and do things, that we had taken probably weeks to set up in Jenkins, getting all the plugins right, getting everything set up, and they were able to do it in a couple of days with GitHub Actions. It's really pretty intuitive once you kind of get the lay of the land with the workflows and the steps and that sort of thing, and especially because there's already so many other actions out there in the community. So I don't know enough about runners to really feel like I'm qualified to comment on that part of it. I assume the same sort of thing applies. There's probably a lot of GitLab runners and stuff out there as well. But if you're doing it in GitHub again, this is a really good way to go. Yeah. Yeah. Other questions? All right. Thank you again, everybody, for staying around. I hope it was useful to you. And hope we get to see you again at some point at another conference. Thanks, everybody.
All right, folks, it is time, so we'll get started. So thanks for coming out to All Things Open. It's great to be here. Great to see folks virtually, but it's been really good to see folks like in person, the real faces. So I'm glad we are slowly crawling out of this. I'm the last one standing here between you and a cold beer, so I'll try to keep it entertaining. We have, I think, 45 minutes, but I'll try to maybe show you some stuff to get you a little excited as I am about this new thing we're going to talk about, .NET MAUI. I'm an old man. A few years back, you used to not be able to talk about a whole lot about .NET and Microsoft stuff at All Things Open, because things were not open source, but that's been completely changed, and pretty much everything we talk about is open source, which is great. So thank you for being here. Thanks for coming out here to spend an hour with me. Let's talk about .NET MAUI. I am Sam Basu. I am a dev advocate for Progress Software. Hopefully, some of you know us for the things we make to help developers be more successful. UI components for .NET and JavaScript, web, desktop, and mobile. That's me on the socials, Twitter, GitHub, everywhere. That's me if you need to get hold of me. Okay, so let's begin. First up, we have all lived through, hopefully I can say lived and not still living through. We are slowly coming out of a global pandemic, so hopefully you are safe and your families are well taken care of, and we are all trying to be as productive as we can. So I think all of us deserve a little bit more patience and grace for ourselves and our families these days. I have kind of come all the way from the north down, which is not all that much away, but we have 5 Great Lakes up north. I live by one of those big lakes, Lake Erie. It's normally beautiful most times of the year. We do get quite a bit of like lake effect snow. So good to be here. And this week has been fantastic with the sun and the weather. So we're going to talk about .NET MAUI, but I wanted to set the stage. And again, the slides are not important. I want to maybe do 20 minutes of, kind of setting the stage, and then we'll look at as many demos as we can. But we are talking fundamentally about, a cross-platform framework. And this is largely for .NET devs, but, web devs and especially if you do web.NET, you're very welcome. JavaScript, not so much here, but again, it's how you mix and match your stack, right? So we want to talk about 3 things here. Although we are fundamentally talking about mobile apps, for iOS, Android, and other platforms, we will talk about desktop as well. We'll talk about kind of mixing and matching some of the web technologies with desktop stuff, because that's kind of the reality A lot of us who work in enterprise, we have big desktop applications, so how can we modernize? How can we migrate? How can we mix and match our technologies? So let's talk about mobile, and it's 2022, although it's really not, but it's almost Halloween, right? Which means it's almost Thanksgiving and Christmas, and the year is over just like that. So this is my 1-minute spiel on all things mobile. You have a lot of choice, and I think that's a good thing as developers, where we have a lot of choice, and there is no right or wrong answer, right? It depends on what experiences you come with. It depends on what else is your team building. So you can go build for mobile in a variety of ways. Pose. All right, so my point is, if you're doing web stuff, right, with JavaScript, with HTML, CSS, keep on doing web stuff. There are lots of ways of bringing that over to mobile devices and making it a nice citizen. There are lots of like SPA-type frameworks, Angular, Bootstrap, Vue, React, Blazor, Kendo UI. There are lots of frameworks, and pretty much everything is open source. So you can make mobile web very nicely and make it a nice citizen on a mobile device. If you are caring, then you can make it a progressive web app, which is something progressively, it gets better. You have push notifications, you have service workers running in the background, so it's a really good experience on mobile devices. If you want, you can make things native, but again, it's a hard sell because it's 3 very different platforms and all supporting a single app, so it's a little expensive. If you wanted to do just hybrid, this is kind of where we were at like back in 2010 when things got started. PhoneGap, Cordova, that's still a thing. But again, my advice nowadays would be to go build native apps with the same tech. So why would you build hybrid? There are things like React Native, NativeScript, which lets you build truly native cross-platform apps with JavaScript. And then you come down to the cross-compiled story, which is where a lot of the .NET things play along with. Flutter is there, which is Dart, but there are a few players in this space. Xamarin being the biggest one here, because it's been around for like 6-7 years now, and that is the piece that is evolving into .NET MAUI. So let's talk about the last piece here. But my point is, if you're doing the other stuff, please be at peace, because the tools are great, and you have the ability to reach just about every platform with web stuff now. So let's talk about .NET and Xamarin, because that's kind of where .NET MAUI belongs. So as we stand right now, this is .NET, right? .NET 5, actually, .NET 6 is coming in the next 2 weeks. There's a big .NET conference happening in early November, and that's when .NET 6 will be officially out. The RC bits are out, like the release candidate bits are out. And it's a good story. It's a giant unified platform, although, I mean, there is a little bit of, I wouldn't say lie, but as of like .NET 5, things were not completely uniform. Things are getting better with .NET 6, and it comes down to, the base class libraries, all of the different core pieces that make up our .NET, those are being combined into a single one. So for Blazor, if you do .NET for web, that stuff was done in .NET 5. In .NET 6, you're getting the best of Mono, which is the runtime for .NET outside of Windows, combined with .NET Core. So it is getting really as unified as possible. The tools of our trade are great. I mean, you're not stuck to Windows. I'm on a Mac here, but I will show you Windows as well. But Visual Studio on Windows, on Mac, VS Code, everything is great. CLI is your common thing. So it's a good thing that we stand on with .NET. Like I said, Xamarin has been around for 5, 6, 7 years now, and it really makes it easy. If you're a .NET dev, this is easy to kind of get into and start building cross-platform, truly native apps. I bring out these slides because this is where things are evolving and folks question where things are going. This is kind of where things started. This was called Xamarin iOS and Xamarin Android. None of this is changing actually in .NET 6. It's just rebranded, and now it's called .NET for iOS and .NET for Android. You write shared .NET code, like C# code. You can also do F# if you want. And then you write the platform heads separately for iOS, Android, and all of the Windows devices. So this is still the case as it was last year, just evolving to be a part of .NET. Then Xamarin Forms came along probably 5 years back, and this has really been popular for .NET devs because, again, as a .NET dev, I come from a heavy .NET background. I do just enough JavaScript to be dangerous, but this is easy because I don't have to learn about iOS or Android. I can just write .NET, XAML, and C#, and I get to write abstracted code that renders as native UI on each of the platforms. Now, this is a little hard to pull off, the shared UI stack. The purple and the green and the blue don't entirely go away because you do want to know a little bit as to what's going on in the native land. There are times when you want to render something just for iOS, maybe, that isn't there on any other platform. So it helps to know the native stack a little bit. Now, while this was good, it actually, I mean, there are some pain points in Xamarin Forms development today. But it is nothing like out of ordinary for .NET devs to get into this. Like you do WinForms, like folks do WPF, folks do UWP. This is all a .NET code base, so it's easy to get into. What they're trying to do is evolve Xamarin Forms into .NET MAUI, which is a nice, catchy term, and kind of try to address some of the pain points that developers have complained about. A few more things here before we go into .NET MAUI. This is a set of libraries. That's actually one NuGet package, which is how we bring in our dependencies that gives you access to, this is not an exhaustive list, probably 30 plus APIs for all of the sensors on your devices, right? Your camera, your accelerometer. You don't want to write Java or Swift code. You want to write .NET. This is the thing that gives you access to all of that with just C# code. And this is actually also migrating, and now it's built into .NET MAUI as well. So you can stay in C# land as like pretty much all day long. And again, I don't work for Microsoft, but I mean, kudos to them for where credit is due. They really have pivoted, and everything is open source, which in Microsoft and in .NET land, it comes with a little bit of like, juggling at times. There are strong opinions and there are heated discussions, but that's just part of open source. But everything that's been done on .NET MAUI is open source. You can see what they're doing nightly builds. So why are we evolving? Well, things are a little complicated with Xamarin Forms development today. I wouldn't say there are deal breakers, but real-world projects get very complex, and you have lots of dependencies, platform-specific things you're doing. The build system could be faster. The developer inner loop, like how quickly do you make a change and see it on your devices, that could be faster. So they're trying to address a whole bunch of these things in the next iteration, which is called .NET MAUI. Now, they have been working on this since late last year. And if you have paid attention to maybe some of the announcements that have come from the .NET team, this has been delayed just a few months. So this is actually not shipping with .NET 6, which is coming in November. I mean, it's got a lot of dependencies on iOS and Xcode and Android and all of the Visual Studio updates across Windows and Mac. So it's just a lot of tooling. They have the runtimes ready, but the tooling is not. So this is actually shipping in Q2 of next year. So hopefully with a little bit more time, they can settle all the tooling troubles. But this is exciting because what it is a new way for you to build, an evolved way rather I should say, for you to build cross-platform native UI from .NET, targeting iOS, Android, and a few other things now. So we have always been able to do mobile, but can we also do desktop with this latest modern .NET? So it literally is going to sit on .NET 6, but it has implications. It is the new evolution of Xamarin Forms. Like I said, it's not shipping with .NET 6, coming a few months later on. So what exactly is it? So the first thing is, it is a runtime that is right on top of .NET 6, but in addition to iOS or Android, which is the bread and butter for Xamarin Forms, now it lets you do desktop, so Mac and Windows. And it's doing so in a very nice way by not reinventing the wheel. For Windows, there is a stack called WinUI 3, which is the latest Windows UX platform, end-to-end, that sits on top of Win32 apps as well as .NET native apps. So .NET MAUI uses WinUI 3 to reach Windows. Apple has a different problem. Everybody wants to write for iOS. Not a lot of people want to write for the Mac desktop. It's a niche audience. So Mac, with Mac Monterey, Apple has had this thing building up for running your iPad apps on the Mac desktop, right? That's called Mac Catalyst. So .NET MAUI is actually using Mac Catalyst to reach the Mac desktop. So it's an Apple-approved way of going from UIKit to AppKit. So Desktop is done now. Now, there are a few things missing, which we'll talk about. Linux is still missing. Again, even with Microsoft's engineering, they have to focus on the things that are like the most people, like the masses that are needed. So that's coming, could be a community-driven thing. They already have support for something called Tizen, which is a Samsung operating system. If you are running a Samsung fridge or a TV, it's running Tizen, and you can now do .NET MAUI. A few other things they're trying to address is some of the project structure. I don't think my cursor is working very well here, but it used to get complicated. Used to do a lot of things for specifically iOS and just for Android. Now it's all a little bit together. Your fonts, your images, those are all together, and it's multi-targeted. So from a single project, you can now switch and say, go run this on Windows, go run this on Mac. You don't have to do anything else. So the build system is smarter, and things are just overall simplified. The big thing in terms of the dev tooling is something called hot reload, which is where once your app is running, and the web guys actually have this much easier. They have things like Webpack, where you can look at a component that's changing and just change that. .NET is a little different because it's pre-compiled, it's ahead of time compiled. So they have to rediscover how the tooling works, and now you can change your XAML, which is your UI markup layer, as well as your C# code, and see that replicated across on your devices, both simulator and physical devices in real time almost. So that's very, very good. A little bit about where we stand right now, with .NET MAUI isn't the first XAML C# ecosystem. This has been around for 15 years now with WPF, which is what the first one was. Folks might remember Silverlight, which actually officially ended support earlier this October. You have been doing XAML in C#. If you have been doing any of this, UWP or XAMInforms, you are right at home. You are using the dialect of XAML, that is XAMInforms, but again, all of the tooling, all of the ecosystem is also right there for you. Something that kind of goes nicely with the XAML and C# code base is a design pattern called MVVM, Model View View Model. You can obviously do that with .NET MAUI, but in terms of how the things are structured and engineered, makes it open to a few more things, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about how Blazor comes in. There's a new pattern called MVU. Well, it's new to .NET devs. I think the Flutter, the React Native, and the web folks are much more used to this. This is Model View Update. It's a simpler thing. There is no view model. The model is essentially your application state, and that drives the UI, and then you have one update loop, which kind of comes back and updates the application state, and things just move on. So this is actually also welcome. It's still experimental in .NET MAUI, but you can see how things are being opened up a little bit. So we're not in a walled garden of just .NET developers. If you come from different backgrounds, you should be feeling a little bit more welcome in .NET MAUI. I'll show you a little bit of MVU if I have time. Okay, so that's all the things with mobile, and you can see how things are evolving from XAMInforms into .NET MAUI, which we'll look at examples. What about desktop, right? Let's talk about Windows first. I'm an old man, so I look at this list and I'm like, oh, this is nice, this is liberating. But it can also be a little intimidating, right? Like, why do I have so many choices as to how to build for Windows? WinForms came out, I think, 2002, right? If I'm not mistaken. WPF came out 2006, and those things are going strong. Like this, all the top 4 are just all native Windows tech. UWP came along running your Windows apps on HoloLens and Surface Hubs and so on. WinUI 3 is the latest UI stack that runs everywhere. So the point is, if you're doing any of those first 4, you're fine. It runs on .NET Framework, runs on .NET 5, will run on .NET 6, and you can bring in some of the latest things like a web browser component or ink support or touch support, .NET MAUI support. You can bring in and start modernizing some of those things. If you want to do web stuff, then go ahead and do PWAs on desktop. That'll work. Electron. So the shell that gives you the way to run your web apps on Windows, that's still very welcome. So VS Code, Slack, Figma, they all use Electron, and it's battle tested. There are a few more options here, but the last 2 are the ones that I want to focus on. Blazor is how you build .NET web apps, and now that's a great way of kind of leaning on .NET MAUI and letting your Blazor apps come in to the desktop. So now we are really bringing in web tech into .NET desktop. And then .NET MAUI, like I said, reaches Windows through WinUI. What about Mac? Again, similar ideas, similar story. Electron is welcome, PWAs are welcome, Uno platform, Avalonia is welcome, Blazor hybrid is welcome through .NET MAUI, and Mac Catalyst is how we're going to go reach Mac desktop from .NET MAUI. Similar story with Linux, although the number of use cases where somebody's using Linux as their main desktop is maybe a little shrinking, but you can still reach Linux. Web, right? So let's talk about web. Lots of different things you can do with web stuff. You know, all of your JavaScript SPA frameworks, it's all good. And you can bring them in to desktop using, you know, progressive web apps or Electron. The Blazor part, let's talk about this a little bit. Blazor is for those folks who really don't want to write JavaScript, right? It's C# front and back, and you can write Blazor in two ways. One is server-side, where you have a little SignalR real-time bridge to maintain the DOM on the front end, and then you can go completely client-side through what's called WebAssembly, which is an open standard. So it's not tied to any company, and we are literally shipping .NET DLLs to the web and making things run. So Blazor is actually very welcome with .NET MAUI if you want to consider sharing some code with web stuff. All right, so we're 18 minutes in, and I'm done. I want to show you lots of code here. But before I go on, I work for Progress Software, so I am biased, but we make tools for .NET developers for web, mobile, desktop, really any app, any platform. So if you're looking for UI, please look around. We are not the only ones, so please look around and find the right UI for you. That's for all things .NET. We'll talk about MAUI a little bit. We already have a suite of all of the UI. This is the stuff that's really hard to make, like your grids and your charts. Those are the things that you don't want to create by hand, so you want to get that UI help. And if you want to do JavaScript, then we have Kendo UI, which is very popular for UI components for jQuery and React and Vue and Angular, you name it. So however you are coming to us, feel free to use some modern, polished, performant UI. But again, look around and pick the one that's right for you. Okay. Any questions so far from the room? Are we good? Yes, sir. For .NET MAUI? Okay, so the question was, where do I build it? Great question. Let me answer that and actually show you. How about that? So they're trying to be agnostic. You should not have any differences between Windows or Mac. However, the reality is, right now, there is a big push to get Visual Studio 2022 out for Windows, right? So the Windows story is actually a little better at this point because VS 2022 is shipping on November 8th, I believe. That's the launch date. So that is a little further ahead than the Mac side. They are also trying to do Mac. In fact, VS 22 for Mac is completely rewritten in AppKit. So it is absolutely a native Mac desktop application, but they're a little further behind. So right now on a Mac, it's a little bit command line, but if you're okay with command line, the tooling is the same. The stuff on Visual Studio for Windows essentially uses the same command line tools as on Mac. But eventually, you should not have a difference, if that makes sense. Okay, let's look at stuff. 20 minutes in, so we got 25 minutes, I think. All right, let's look at stuff here. All right, I will make things bigger once we go into code. But first thing is, if you want to start with .NET MAUI, right? Do a search, you're likely going to end up on this page. This is the docs page, and this is under construction, so don't read too much into it. They're starting to put more and more stuff into it. But the most important thing here is the installation, right? So they kind of walk you through. You really want to be on Visual Studio 2022 if you're on Windows, because that's where you have the latest templates and the runtimes. You can actually still be on 2019, but you're going to miss some templates and some of the other built-in things, but you can do things manually if you wanted to. Now they have a simple checkbox that says, hey, give me .NET MAUI stuff, and you have it. If you're on a Mac, like I am, then things are a little different, because you have to kind of go with CLI, command line tools, which is this one here. So let me show you the Mac side first, and then we'll look at Windows a little bit. So let me pull up terminal. All right. Is that big enough for everyone to see? Let's do this. So .NET is a command line, right? So if I do a .NET list my SDKs, this is nice because it kind of right away shows me all the .NETs that I have. you can see that I've had stuff from like 3.0 all the way to .NET 6 Preview 1, which started shipping back in February, early February. And right now we are at RC1 and RC2. In fact, you can actually see RTM. So they're getting ready to ship .NET 6. So this is almost done, and it'll be shipping production ready in 2 weeks. In fact, the last RC version actually has a go live support, so you can start building production apps. So this is all of my .NET. And the nice thing is it's just a folder. It's not like .NET Framework, which is giant and monolithic. Now it's just a folder. I can blow it away. I can re-get it. I can bundle all the .NET runtimes with my app if I needed to. So that's my .NET runtime, okay? The next thing is if I do a .NET new, right? So this is how I start my apps. This is the same as doing a file new project in Visual Studio, but I'm on a Mac, so I'm going to show you the command line things first. Lots of things here, WPF, iOS. This is .NET for iOS, right? This is the same as what Xamarin iOS used to be. And then you got Android, all of your Android classes, Java libraries, everything is right here. This is all the .NET MAUI stuff, right? You can actually get a few more options here on command line than you get with Visual Studio, but these two things are the ones that you absolutely must have, MAUI and MAUI Blazor. MAUI is default .NET. MAUI Blazor is if you want to bring in some Blazor and some web tech into desktop, into mobile. That's what that template is for. So you do a .NET new MAUI, and that's how it spits out a project. It gives you a template, and that's how you start. So let me show you this stuff. So I'm going to go into a folder where I keep all my stuff. And let's look at MAUI Hello, right? So which is my hello world. I have not changed any line of code here, which is the same as doing .NET new MAUI. So I'm going to go into that. And I have to remember this command, because you still have to remember the framework on which you're running. So we'll do a .NET build for iOS. Let's start iOS. And you can do a .NET restore, right? So that's going to bring down all of your dependencies, NuGet or otherwise. Everything is up to date. And then I can do a .NET build, run it on iOS. So at this point, it's running a .NET build on .NET 6. And it's realizing that I'm choosing to do a build for iOS. This is the multi-targeting thing. And now it's going to go look for my default iOS simulator and try to launch the app. So this is just the MAUI Hello World experience. And the default is an iPad mini on my machine, 6th generation iOS 15. You can actually get a list of all of your simulators and run it on an iPhone or whichever device you want. So that's the Hello World app experience on a MAUI. It's just a click me, you click a counter, it goes up, right? So pretty simple. But I can also do the same exact app without changing any lines of code, and I can do a Mac catalyst. Now keep in mind, we are writing straight up .NET code here, which I'll show you in a second. But without any changes, right? I just flipped where I want to see the app running. I just chose a different build. And now you get the MAUI Hello app. You can kind of see, or maybe not, down here in the corner, like that's a little icon. So this is on my dock now, and this is a native Mac desktop application. So we made the jump from UIKit to AppKit, and everything is rendered as native app, native canvas on your Mac. So that's great. So that's iOS and Mac right away. Windows is a similar story. I just cannot run Windows on a Mac until I go to Windows. But that's just the .NET MAUI startup experience, right? So you can use the same exact templates on a Windows just through Visual Studio templates. Right. So let's take a look at this. So I'm going to pull up VS Code here and maybe make things a little bigger so you can see. So right out of the gate, you'll notice that the CS proj file, which is how we creep our project dependencies, maybe that's too big. Little things here, this is like an SDK style project. So all you have to do is say use MAUI, your app identifiers live here, all of your app dependencies, all of your package references live here, and that's pretty much it. And then you look at this one here, first up, this resources folder. So your fonts and your images can now stay in the single project. They're not in the platform-specific project. And then anything that has to be platform-specific, everything is all together here, Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, and Windows. So if you needed to do something specific for iOS or Android or Windows, you can do so. But for the most part, your goal should be to try to stay as generic as you can, and then go to native if you really need to. So that's just the default experience. When our app starts up, this is XAML. If you have done any XAML, WPF or UWP or Silverlight, this will feel familiar. It's a little verbose, but once you get used to it, it's not that bad, and the tooling really helps. Lots of XAML here. This is our UI markup layer. The startup here is a little different here. Let me go to MAUI program. This is kind of using the .NET host builder pattern. This is how a Blazor app kind of bootstraps itself, and that's how it's using DI a little bit better, and is just plugging into the .NET host system. Beyond that, like this is the first page of your app. This one is using a scroll view. It's got all of those labels, and that's just the button click me event handler. So everything is pretty much XAML. You got a code behind that kind of increments the counter. Pretty standard stuff, right? So this is just MAUI Hello World experience. All right, now let's look at another thing here. I'm going to go up one level, and we're going to go into MAUI Blazor. And now let's go run this again on iOS. Excuse me. So similar idea, similar .NET MAUI app running on .NET 6, but except this one is trying to bring in some web stuff here. We'll give it a second. All right, so the iPad simulator comes up. All right, different look and feel, right? Same .NET MAUI app, but now everything that you see here is coming from web code, right? This is, I mean, if you've done any Blazor, this will look familiar right out of the gate, right? This is just a Blazor Hello World template. You got your counter, which you can increment, and you got some fetching of data. So this is web stuff, right? So, and I can also run this on Mac Catalyst. So what is going on here? So here's the thing. If I pull up the code for this, it's going to be familiar and kind of similar bootstrapping of the app with some XAML, but then we do something different. So everything is the same until you get to this main page XAML. So we start with the content page. Yes, I know you don't have some dependencies. Now, in here, you are in XAML land, which is how we build our UI markup, right? So you can render all of the native stuff from XAML if you want. But here, we are choosing not to do XAML. Instead, we are doing a Blazor web view, which is the newest web view component on every platform, right? So behind Blazor web view is a rendering engine that's going to render the corresponding web view. So if you're on Windows, it's going to render web view 2. If you're on Mac, it's going to render what's called WK web view, which is a Safari web view. Beyond that, it's just a web view, and essentially everything that you had in a Blazor project can be brought over. So you notice that this one here has a slightly different project style here. This one has pages, and it has root, which is all the web stuff. So in your pages is where your counter components and your index components live. That's just all HTML, right? So this is straight up Blazor, just brought into a desktop application through MAUI. MAUI is just doing that bootstrapping, giving you the app structure, and then throwing a giant web view so you can render whatever you want. So if you have, and I can actually show you this, if you have an older Windows application, like WPF or WinForms, you can actually still do this. You don't have to rewrite that as .NET MAUI. You can just bring in the web view if you wanted to. So this is nice. It just kind of encourages code sharing in a little way. That's the counter component which we just talked about. Okay, let's look at a real app. And since it's the end of the day, let's try to make things a little interactive here, shall we? So let me show you an app, first on Mac, and then I'm going to show it to you on Windows. Right, so, oh, and by the way, if you're on a Mac, like I am, then you have access to Visual Studio 2022 for Mac. It used to be an internal preview, but now the first official previews are out, so you can go get this. It's actually much faster than the regular Visual Studio. So here I am on a Mac with Visual Studio. I'm going to bump up the fonts here a little bit. Hopefully you can see. Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and run this thing real quick. By the way, and before I run it, you'll notice that this is a standard kind of a Xamarin Forms-ish app, right? It's the .NET MAUI is the runtime here, but I have platform-specific things for Mac and then iOS. This one's a .NET Standard library, so I want to do everything in my .NET Standard library so I don't have to write platform-specific code. So let's go ahead and run this on my Mac, and let's fire this up. Oh, hang on. I got errors. All right, let's do a rebuild. And while it's doing that, I will show you what it does. Rebuild. No. Oh, I left something in here, and it's getting confused. All right, rebuild. Now, while it's building, if you have a phone or a tablet or any device that you're looking at, let's have you pull up a little URL here. If the internet works out and if Azure is still up. Oh, it is up. All right. So, folks, you can do this virtually if you want, but SAM SignalR backend.azurewebsites.net. If you want to pull that up, then we can have a little bit of fun. This is a real-time chat application, which is as simple as it gets. But I'm trying to show you that you can mix and match web code with stuff on iOS, stuff on Mac, and stuff on Windows, right? So I can go in here, and I can do things like, oops, not that. I can do web, hang on, web, and I can say hi. I can do a send, right? So this will just keep on working. It's just a real-time SignalR backend, so it just kind of sends out the messages that it's getting. So yeah, there you go. Kirsten says hello. So feel free to chime in here. Now let's go back to Windows or our Blazor desktop application here. So hopefully that build did succeed, and now we can deploy this. Okay. It's coming. Oh no, it's not rendering the web view. Really? It's not getting the web view right. So it's stuck on something else. I can show you the same app on Windows. It's the same idea. But I was wondering, or I was really hoping I could start with the Mac side first. Let's do one more build. Let's just do a build for this guy, Mac OS. Did the build succeed? Yes. It's really struggling to render the Blazor stuff. So this is a .NET MAUI app, and it's supposed to render the Blazor stuff right underneath, and it's not doing it. All right. We'll switch to Windows. How about that? And still try to see the same app. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Dan, Brent. Hey, there is no auth. There is no filter here, so please keep it clean and family friendly. Let's actually pull up Windows here, okay? And this is where my MacBook fan goes crazy because it's a VM. When I'm at home, I do have like a Windows tower. I stream a lot. But when I'm on the go, the VM actually can go with me. So even though it's a little taxing on a little laptop, I like to keep using a VM. All right. So I'm on Windows 10. I have not updated this to Windows 11 yet, which I should. All right, let's pull up the same app here. So that one was iOS or Mac on the Mac side of things. This one I can actually I can close that out. Let's show you the Windows side of things here. There are no code differences between Windows and Mac. It's just which head are you using. All right, so let's see if this one will work. Start without debugging. You're hungry. That's funny. I am hungry too. Oh, tonight we can relax and have some drinks as well. There we go. All right. So this one here, this is a view I was trying to show you on a Mac, but it just did not work. Now, this one here is a native .NET MAUI app. But it kind of brings in, like, on the Mac side, like it was rendering the hello world, then it didn't render any of the web view stuff that was right underneath. Now, in here, what's interesting is this hello world is native. That's a native label on Windows. It's going to be a native label on iOS or Android. And if I go to the counter here, I can update that native label and the counter from that button up here, which is native, as well as from here, which is a Blazor button. That's because this counter is actually a Blazor component. So this is pure web stuff that we're doing on a .NET application. So now let's see if the chat room here is up. Blazor on Windows says hola, send. Yep, it went over here. Let's go check our web stuff here. I don't know if you can see it. Blazor on Windows says hola. So it's a real-time app with the web backend talking to Windows and Mac, although the Mac one didn't work. You get the idea, right? On iOS or on Android. So it's really a cross-platform app. So how is this working out? So the whole trick here is we come down to main Rizel here, which is the main component here. This like stack layout, this label, this button, that's all native. That's what Xamarin Forms used to do. That's what .NET MAUI does. Nothing's changing. But in here is a Blazor web view. So we're sticking in the web view and we're saying, go render that Blazor app inside of your .NET MAUI shell. Beyond that, that's just a counter updating, and that counter is actually is a Blazor counter. This is the chatroom.razor. So this one's actually the one that's using the ASP.NET SignalR client. You have some HTML here, and this is where it's connecting up to the SignalR backend, which is my little Azure websites thing, and it's ready to receive messages as well as send messages up. That's how the real-time like chat thing is working. Now, let me show you one other piece of code here. This one here is in index.razor. You can see the file name up here. So this is purely a Blazor side. This is purely coming from my pages and the index.razor view. Now check out this line of code here, using system.io. So now we are in Blazor, which is meant for web stuff, but we are trying to do stuff on desktop. And the point is a .NET MAUI app on desktop, be it on Windows or be it on Mac, is absolutely a native app. So you can do a few more extra things that you cannot if you are just running inside of a web shell as a PWA. For example, you have access to go out of process. You have access to all of the Windows-specific APIs and sensors on devices, right? So check out these like 5 lines of code. I stole this from somebody at Microsoft because it's hilarious. So we are starting up a new file here, giving it a temporary file name. We are writing something to it, and then we're going system diagnostics, start a process, notepad, open up that file. I'm going to write something to it. When I'm done, I want to read that stream back out, and this message is essentially an H3 component here, right? So when I run this, what do you think it's going to happen? I'm going to go back to home. That's my index view. Do something native. Check this out. Notepad comes up on Windows. We are out of the process here, going and figuring out something on Windows land, right? So I can do hello, all things open, right? And I save this, and I close it. We bring it back as an H3 in our Blazor view, right? So although this is Blazor, although this is web stuff, it is running on .NET. So you have full access to do all kinds of like native stuff if you need to. Now, before we started, actually this gentleman here has a WinForms application, so I wanted to kind of address that because a lot of enterprises are thinking about this, like how do I modernize my stuff, right? So let's actually quickly show you a different view of this, because this is like kind of going all in with .NET MAUI. You don't have to. So let me show you 2 little iterations of this. And 4:40, I got 5 minutes left. Okay, I'll maybe try to show you 3 to 4 more demos in 5 minutes. Okay, this one here is just a straight up WPF application, okay? It's running on .NET Framework, so this is just as native of a WPF app as it gets. The one thing I've done here is utilized a NuGet package that's coming in from this WebView 2. So I'm bringing in WebView 2 on Windows, and then I'm sticking it in and I'm giving it a source, right? So other than that, no changes in my WPF app. So if I go ahead and run this now, and I'm pointing it to a website, obviously. Now, you get a WPF app, right? And I can make this like full screen if you want, but inside of it is that giant web view. This is like all of the web stuff, because I literally pointed it to a URL. So this might be your lowest hanging fruit. If you want to bring in web stuff into WinForms or WPF, you can do that right now. Now, this looks very much web-y. What about if you wanted to actually build out your web stuff inside of your .NET project? So let me show you another solution here. Let's see, if I go to web view on WPF maybe, All right, so this one here, you'll notice that this is actually a WPF app, but it actually has www.root here. Now I'm starting to use some Blazor components here. So I'm bringing in that Blazor web view. This is not a .NET MAUI app. This is still a straight up WPF app, but now it's running on .NET 6. And with that, I can do some additional things. So if I go run this thing real quick. All right, so now you have a WPF app. And if I didn't tell you, this would not look like a web app at all. This is looking like a kind of a traditional desktop application. There's a counter here, except that counter is actually a Blazor counter, right? So I am bringing in a web component, and I have a HTML page here. I have some CSS here. Without any CSS, it just looks bland, and maybe that's kind of what you want to start off with, and then you bring in your Bootstrap or Material or whatever it is that you want. But that counter.razor is what's incrementing that counter. So a Blazor web component injected and running inside of a desktop application. So that's absolutely doable. All right, 3 minutes left. I want to show you one more thing, maybe two things. Let's go back to Mac here for a second. Because I did mention MVU pattern, and you might be wondering what that is about. So let's show you this little app here. There is an open source thing called Comet, right? So this is a gentleman named James Clancy who started it. Now he's got a bunch of contributors, and this is kind of taking a different look at how .NET MAUI renders the UI. Do you have to do XAML? And if XAML is the thing that you don't like, you don't have to, right? You can do straight up C#, and that's kind of the point. So here's Visual Studio, and you'll notice that this one is not depending on, this one still has Xamarin Forms, but eventually, and I can show you a project where it doesn't have, well, it actually does not have Xamarin Forms, but it's using Xamarin Essentials, which is also being renamed as .NET MAUI Essentials. So let me go ahead and run this real quick. I don't want it to be on the iPod Touch. I would rather have an iPhone 13 Max, please. All right, fingers crossed. Let's see if this will run. Sorry if I'm jumping around. I'm trying to show you as many things as I can because some of it is exciting to me. All right, so iPhone 13 Pro Max comes out. Come on. I got 1 minute left. All right, here we go. So super simple UI. But while we have it on the side, I'm going to show you what this is. This is .NET MAUI, but it's not using any XAML, right? So everything that you see as a state is actually my model. So kind of like the React pattern, my model is my application state. And then I have this thing called the body, right? And this whole method is the whole update method in an MVU pattern, right? So it's executing that update method over and over again, and it's diffing on it, try to exactly figure out which part of the visual tree did you change. So I have my horizontal stack, I have my vertical stacks, and then so I can type something in here, right? And when I go to the slider here, that slider is coming from this, and then the security value is what is tied to a text box right up here, right? So as I move this around, you can see like the braveness value kind of changes. So it is kind of two-way data binding. A lot of people who do MVU think that it's one way. It looks like it's one way because you are just rendering the view from a model, but it is absolutely two-way, right? So you can do two-way data binding, and when I hit login, everything empties out because I'm literally just cleaning out all of the values, right? So this is MVU pattern. It is experimental and likely will not be ready by the time .NET MAUI is ready for GA, but it's a thing to consider. If you don't want to write XAML, you don't have to. Part of the benefit of what .NET MAUI is doing is one of the benefits it's bringing to the table, if I go back here to the docs, is this whole architecture here. So the way we used to render UI components was a thing called the renderer. When you write a button, there's a renderer in Xamarin Forms that renders the corresponding native button on iOS or Android. Now they have kind of made that a little more simplified with an interface. Now it's a handler, and the handler is not directly tied to the app kit or the UI kit or the compat widget on Android. It is an interface, right? So other things like F# or MVU pattern can still use the same interface. and be able to render native UI, right? So that's kind of one of the big benefits. And then everything, like I said, stays in a single project, your fonts, your images. So these are some of the things that were painful with Xamarin Forms, and that's what they're trying to address. And I am way over time, so I'm going to stop. And I can show you MAUI demos all day long because I'm excited about this. But hopefully, I was able to share that things are good. Things are looking good. This is one of the Microsoft slides again. But look at all the ammunition we have. Things are just only getting better with .NET. So let's go build amazing apps and change the world. Thank you for spending 45 minutes to 50 minutes here with me. I'm here, hanging out here. I got stickers if you want, and I'm here to answer any questions. That's me on the internets if you need to get hold of me. But otherwise, thank you so very much, folks watching virtually. Thanks to you, and folks here, I appreciate you a lot. And thanks for coming out to All Things Open. Hopefully, this is the start of us coming out of our pandemic mode. So thank you all, and hope you have a great evening. Okay.
Okay, so I've known Stella for a long time. We go way back, like a decade maybe, at least a decade. It's really good to see you. Okay, so let's go ahead and start to get this started. That's repetitive. So this is the last session. A few other people, I want to give everybody a chance to come in. I want to wait for a couple members of my team to come in because I want to thank them publicly. I do so in absentia often. They're not around because they're working and helping and everything like that. But I did want them to come in to recognize them because we couldn't do what we do without them. Jennifer and Danny and Bryce and Aaron and Megan and Sarah and the people that you might have communicated with, not ever seen really a face, not known really who they were, but hopefully they helped you and assisted you to get you here today. So I did at least want to bring them up because they've done such a good job. I do want to thank again our sponsors. They have helped to make all this possible. This is not free. We get very few things free. Some we do. People are very nice, and we have maybe in-kind partnership, but most of it costs money, and this is not an inexpensive business to be in. Anyone that's ever done events, large scale, convention centers, food, things like that, you can really get into some serious money quick. So, this costs a lot of money, and our sponsors and our partners really help us make all of that possible and cover those costs and things. So all of our presenting level sponsors made all of our virtual attendance free. So if you or maybe a colleague or a friend registered for virtual also, or maybe even consumed some virtual content, that was made possible by our presenting level sponsors. So every presenting level sponsor I'm very grateful for, and then every sponsor in general. Do we have any sponsors here? Anyone from a sponsoring company? Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you all would. I don't know who you're with, but who are you with? Who? IBM. Okay, sure. All right, yeah. Because we have an IEEE and we have an IBM. So I first thought IEEE, but then IBM. IBM's really big. We've long-time partners with them. So thank you for attending the last session. That's awesome. But again, we really couldn't do it without our sponsors. Every time you've ever heard me speak, now that's multiple times in this conference, I always thank sponsors because I just know how important they are. And to have really good sponsors that understand, I don't know, things like COVID is really an unbelievable, we're very fortunate. It's like a blessing to work with people like that are understanding and cognizant of the overall environment, and they know the world that we live in today. We're all coming back from a worldwide pandemic. This, those of you that have attended before know, not a normal ATO, maybe not what you remember from 2019, but I still think it was pretty awesome, and you all have helped make it that awesome, so I really hope you had a good time. But to have partners that understand that and say, it's cool, we're coming back, that's cool, we are very, very fortunate to work with people like that. Our speakers, I see some of you out there. Our speakers are the show. That's a phrase that I use and have from the very beginning. Everybody, you come, and all of our attendees, you attend to hear our speakers speak. It's the content that they deliver, and we never take it for granted. All of our volunteers, if you're a volunteer and you're here, you're an unbelievably wonderful human being. We couldn't do what we do without our volunteers. So the fact that you'd give your time and come help us out, we really appreciate that too. I do want to thank our AV team, Ricardo's team, Damon, thank you, and everybody that's worked with me personally while we're at the event here and helped to make all this possible. Folks, I got to tell you, has anyone here ever done a hybrid event? Maybe worked behind the scenes on a hybrid event where you are live streaming in person. It is not an easy thing to do. When you start to live stream in person, then you work with third-party video platforms, and you work with streaming software, and you start working with bandwidth, the bandwidth capabilities of your host venue. You're just adding layer on top of layer on top of layer on top of layer that you've got to coordinate, and that really adds a layer of complexity to things that I think I certainly didn't think about when we first said, yeah, let's do hybrid. That makes sense. I mean, maybe I didn't even know what I was saying, but it helps to work with great people like Ricardo's team that has helped make this possible. And Brandon and his team, I just saw Brandon, he was just right here. Anyway, he's just over here. Brandon and his team are world class as well, so I'm very grateful to work with people like that too. And yeah, that's awesome. They're really great. Lord. And if you've never done a hybrid event, I encourage you to help out on one. You'll then know what I'm talking about. It is an incredibly difficult experience. Challenging, difficult's the wrong word, it's challenging. Challenging experience for sure. But we're happy, we got through it, lots of lessons learned, and all the mistakes I take full responsibility for. They're all on me. But we're gonna be better going forward, and I think hybrid is the future to a degree. But I don't think hybrid's going anywhere to a degree. What that looks like is going to vary by conference and how many resources people have and things like that. But hybrid, I don't think COVID's going to go anywhere for a little while. So I think we are going to be in more of a hybrid environment for a while. So, but for the fact that we were able to pull that off and make that possible, over these last 2 days, we had anywhere between 500 and 750 or 800 people online watching concurrently from all over the world. So that's pretty cool to know that it's not just us. We're being joined by people all over the globe. And 500 to, like I say, 750, 800 people that have similar interests that we have. That's just kind of cool. That helps to build a global community and really amplify what we're able to do in person. So that's really cool, and that's something to be proud of, and I certainly am. But I do want to thank all the people that have made that possible. So thanks for sticking around again. Let me go ahead and announce the code for this, okay? So the code, if you've got your mobile device, is ATO 2021. ATO 2021, sorry, 2022, sorry. Lord have mercy. Bryce about had a heart attack. I about killed one of the people I just praised. Oh, what happened? Well, Todd said the wrong date and Bryce fainted, and then it was all over from there. Chaos ensued. ATO 2022, my fault. Again, this is what no sleep looks like. It's not pretty. So anyway, so go ahead and enter that. And I know we've got people tied at the top, which is fine, and all of you will get that, and then we'll end up with other people at the top, those same people. If you're here, you got that code, and then so we're gonna have a tie situation, and what we do in a tie situation is we just, which I think is a great thing, and we so appreciate you all playing. We're gonna run random number generator and give away some prizes. We think that's the fairest thing to do. We expected ties, we knew people would tie. Which is great. They tied yesterday, and we ran random number generators to be as fair as we could be to determine winners, and we actually had actual winners win the prizes. So thank you all for playing too. Look, we know that when we came up with the rules of the game and we made the decision to gamify, we knew there would be some bumps in the road. We're not perfect, and so there might have been. If you have any suggestions on how we could do the gamification better, we're wide open. We were as fair as we could possibly be. We chose the prizes that we really thought people would want to win, and it would be fun. It would add engagement. So the number of people that I've talked to over the last 2 days that have said the following: hey, appreciate the game. I didn't win, but I talked to people I never would have talked to before, and I learned about companies and organizations that I never would have known about before. So really, in the end, I gained a lot from it, and it was cool. It was fun. It was an added layer of engagement, and I really appreciated that. But again, far from perfect, I know, but we'll get better. We'll fine-tune everything, the rules and the parameters and everything. But any suggestions that you have, we are wide open. So with all that said, you want to, has everybody entered the code that's gonna? Yeah, has everybody entered the code? We'll give you a few more minutes to enter the code, okay? I'll go ahead and get to the other stuff, so we'll wrap up, and then we'll end with the prizes. By the way, we are going to do VIP, ATO VIP shirts over and above the technology. So, and we'll end up if you already have a shirt, we'll reach out to you via email, and we'll cover shipping, and we'll send you a poster or a hat or a shirt, basically whatever you want. We're happy to do it. It's the least we can do. We're just grateful that you would even participate, and we're thrilled that you decided to participate. We hope it was fun for you. Okay, so with all that said, Jason, you've been here for every single ATO. For those of you that don't know, Jason Hibbets was involved in the very first one in actually getting really the creation of ATO and the decision to bring it to Raleigh and do it in Raleigh. This is a homegrown event. It was born in Raleigh, and it's been raised in Raleigh. It's grown up in Raleigh, and it's certainly going to stay in Raleigh for as long as we're involved. But Jason, any comments or thoughts? I value everybody's opinion, but I really, Jason's seen it from the beginning, right? He's seen the warts, and he's seen, the good things and maybe the bad things, and he. I'm just excited that you pulled this off. Yeah. Yeah, awesome. I was joking with people. I think this was like a group therapy session. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I enjoyed the content, but I think it was like literally collective therapy. I talked to so many people that said the talks were amazing. I got right back in the swing of things, or I forgot what this felt like. But it was even better to talk to human beings and see their faces and their expressions and read their body language and make connections. So I really think it was this very big therapeutic experience. At least it was for us. I can only speak for myself, but I talked to a lot of people that feel the same way. So thank you all for, again, taking a chance on us. And we went through some stuff together, right? If you go back when we opened registration, we thought we were back. And it was going to be no mask. That was the CDC's, our policy mirrored the CDC's policy. And they were at the time were saying, if you're vaccinated, no mask. And we thought, hot stuff. We are back. Speakers contacted us. People said, we're traveling, we're in. We were excited. And then Delta. And then it was like, oh man, you kidding me. And then it was truly the roller coaster. And then we were way down. And then we even debated, should we even host an in-person event? Is that the responsible thing to do? Because we don't want to endanger people. But then we decided to, and the Delta numbers have come down, so now we're on the way back up. Anyway, we've all gone through it together, but what an experience. Holy moly, what an experience. Yeah, I know, right? Coming through. You have a question or comment?
I just have a comment.
Yeah.
I am one of those people, I did not realize how critical in-person conferences were to my inspiration. I'm going to tear up. Thank you for pushing through.
Yeah.
And making it happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. We good? Yeah. Okay. All right. So everybody that's entered is entered, so we're all good. Okay. You are very welcome. We debated it. It was I'll say an engaged debate internally, and people had different opinions, and they were all valid because you could easily flip it and argue the other side, and you could easily turn it right around and argue the other side, and both sides sounded really good, and there was a lot of merit on both sides. It was a really hard decision. There were times we didn't know what to do. We were literally like, I don't even know what we're going to do. Let's give it a little bit of time, allow it to marinate. But ultimately, the in-person won out. We knew we had to do it because, for a variety of reasons, one was just mental. It was just the need for human interaction. That never outweighs safety. I don't mean to imply that. But we had to weigh that. We weighed that very carefully. We monitored that very closely. But we feel very much the same way. It's so good to see you and fist bump people and just see you walking around and to see your faces. And I see so many people, again, like Stella, that I've known for a decade, literally 10 years. And Jason Hibbets, 10 years, at least 10 years, maybe longer, that you've been with us from the beginning. And to come back, I know, yeah, right. There are many of you. So many. And to be able to see you and just say thanks and how have you been? And you're healthy and you look great and everybody looks great. I've told 500 people how great they look. I hope no one took that the wrong way. I just literally like you're healthy and alive and I'm thankful and you look wonderful and all that kind of stuff. So with all that said, we're going to go ahead and draw prizes. Again, we had a number of people tied at the top, which is fine. Bryce, so let's do this. We'll start at the top and we're going to do the same thing we did. How many people were here yesterday when we drew prizes downstairs at the event? Okay. Thank you all for persisting through that gaggle of people. I don't know how else to describe that. That was a gaggle of people. And then we did random number generators publicly because we want to be fair. We want to be transparent. We don't want anyone ever saying, how many people do we have at the top? 18. Okay, cool. cool, very good. Okay, so, and again, I've got a random number generator on my phone. And oh, you know what, wait a minute. Do we have a screenshot of the top people? Oh, okay, it's in my email. Sorry. Again, this is live TV. And we debated even doing this, but we want to be fair. We want to be transparent. I never, ever want to, I just don't want anybody thinking we weren't fair, we weren't, we're really trying to, I think this is fun. It's pretty cool. Okay, so I've got these names, and there are 18 people at the top. So we're going to go ahead and, no, wait a minute. Actually, sorry. I'm actually doing this. Yeah, 18. Thanks, Bryce. Yeah, you're better math than me. Challenged. But anyway, okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So the first number that I drew, or the app drew, and a different, was the number 13. So the lucky number 13. So when I go back and I look at my list, the 13th person on this, on our list, and we should have put it up on the screen, but I promise I'm telling you the truth. There's actually 21 people, but number 13 is not Nandan Kandragula. Nandran Kandragula. Hey, Nandran. So, thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. That's cool. So you won the System 76 Thaleo. It's a desktop. It's super nice. I don't know if you're familiar with the Thaleo, but we love System 76. It runs Linux. It runs the Pop! OS operating system, and it's awesome. I mean, look, I'm biased, but I really like System 76. They've been a partner with us, and it's a really nice machine. If you've looked it up, you know it's pretty sweet. But congratulations. It's in a larger box, but it's not heavy. It's actually light. It's sort of counterintuitive. But anyway, congratulations on that. I'm going to hit, yeah, thanks. Yeah. So I just hit it again, and it's number 10. I hope you can see that. You see that 10? All right, man. I don't mean to be weird about this, but again, we're trying. So Philip Conrad. Philip Conrad. Man, I think you know what you won, Philip. Yeah, I think I can tell by the way you're getting up here, you know what you won. I think you won the MacBook Pro. That was number 2 on the list, so that's what we're doing. Is that MacBook Pro? You won a brand new MacBook Pro. Congratulations. Pretty nice. So, oh, you know what? Hold on. Give me just a minute. Yeah. By the way, I'm using a free app. Probably not the smartest thing to do. So this thing has a, you have to wait through ads. I am not making that up. Okay, so let's see. I just did it again, and it's number 10. Did I just do number 10? Oh, I did just do number 10. Holy moly. That's weird. I just drew number 18. 18, I swear, for reals, 18. Justin Wald. Justin, awesome. And I think that's a Mac. I think that would be a Mac Mini. So if you like Mac products, again, well, I would tell you a story, but I'll hold it. I'll save it for another time. Okay, so the next one is 13 again. Weird. Number 7 would be the next unique number I just drew or generated, and 7 is Derek Olson. Derek Olson, congratulations. That's actually an Acer Chromebook. So if you like Chromebooks, and Acer makes a really good product. Again, we try to choose products that what we ourselves would want. And when we looked at Chromebooks, I don't know, that's a pretty good one. You can flip. It has the flip. Anyway, it has a flip component to it. We thought was pretty cool, and something again that we would very much want to use. I'm going to generate this. I don't know if this is what the 13 is for it to be ran. It comes up. Anyway, 4, and let's see. 4 is Benjamin Zah. Ben Zah. Yep. How many here use a mechanical keyboard? Does anyone here use a mechanical keyboard? I love mechanical keyboards. Okay, so the next 2 are, well, actually, I think the first on the list was it was not the Ducky, it was the Leopold. Yeah, so Leopold. That's really cool, by the way. Leopold, I actually use a Leopold for what that's worth. You know, that'd make a great session, mechanical keyboards. It really would. I would totally go to that session. Anyway, okay, so let's do this one. Okay, number 3, and then so let's do 3. 3 is Adam Bernot, or Bernot. I would assume it's Bernot. Yeah. Congratulations. So that's the tech, right? So here's what we'll do. We're going to end up giving a VIP pack to everybody that finished in top 18. So everybody else, and we will be in contact with you. We'll publish the list of 18. I'm actually looking at it now. We always send out more shirts and hats than people that won, frankly, because as long as we have this stuff, we'll always share it with you. We're thrilled that you would even want to wear our stuff or hang a poster on the wall or wear a hat. We don't take that for granted. So because when you wear something, it's making a statement, right? You're wearing what they stand for. You're wearing their brand. So that's very important to us. Okay, so I promised to wrap this up by 5, and it's 5:12. So I went over 12 minutes. I apologize. Those of you that are familiar with this, that's actually right in line with what we normally do. Any parting comments before we depart and we come back in 2022? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we do have conference bags that were left over. So these conference bags have really nice items in them. So if you'd like a conference bag, please take one with you. We ordered a bunch of them this year. We did not know. Every year, it's always a trick, right? How many people are going to register last minute after we order the bags? So it's always guesswork. So we always guess, and this year we always try to err on the side of too many, and this year we did that. So if you want a conference bag, by all means, please get one. Yeah.
There was a gentleman here earlier who was having a face-to-face team meeting on Friday, and he took one bag for all his teammates. So if something similar is going on with you, they might appreciate that.
Yeah, if you have a colleague, I would say in the office, right? But maybe not in the office, but maybe just a colleague that you could get a bag to you think might appreciate one. Take one with you. You're more than welcome to do that. We love for people to have the stuff that's in them. Okay, so please save the date for 2022. 2022, next October, will be our 10-year anniversary. And I will tell you, 1, I can't even believe I'm saying that, but 2, I'm very grateful that I'm saying that. But 3, we've got some really special stuff planned for 10 years. I think whether you're talking a startup, a relationship, anything, 10 years is something to celebrate. I mean, that's not easy, regardless of what you're doing. So the fact that we've been around 10 years, next year will be 10 years, we think is pretty cool, and we're very grateful, and we want to really do something special. So we're already working on some things, everything from some socials, some entertainment, some really cool things. Very much like the technology that we give away. These are things that we would want to do. And if I saw things like these as part of an event, I would say, oh my God, I'm going to that event. I mean, just if nothing else, to attend that social or to do whatever I want to do or what that particular thing is. So we're putting things like that together. So save the date. It's going to be very similar. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, Bryce, help. No, anyway, I think it's October 22nd through the 25th. It's Sunday through, it might be 23rd through the 25th. I think it's about a week later next year than it was this year. It's typically the 3rd week of October, but we'll keep the same Sunday, Monday, Tuesday pattern. Thank you for bringing the flyer. I intended to. I think I left it maybe in the bathroom, I got to be honest. I had to pee before I came in here, but anyway, too much information. Yeah, October the 23rd through the 25th. That's actually the date. But if you go ahead and get that on your calendars, that would be amazing. We'd love to have you back. I do think 2022 will more closely resemble maybe what the people that have been here before remember, ATO. And again, this year was great. This year's been fantastic. It's been, again, therapeutic. It's been educational. We've made so many new relationships. Jason and Aaron and Bryce and everybody on our team, I think, made a great point, and I've heard others make it. You know, if you were here in 2019-18, you couldn't move. I mean, you literally could not move, and you couldn't even get to sessions. And then once you got to a session, you couldn't get into a session unless you were very, very early. And I think there's a lot of benefit to that. That creates excitement, and that's a spectacle. People walked away like, oh my God, like you don't even see that at a concert. So there's some value, and that's pretty cool. But you get a smaller event like this, And the relationships and the personal interaction that you have is so much deeper, and you can have longer conversations and more in depth. And I just think there's a lot of value to that too. So there are pros and cons on both sides. But I just think this year was so good because we had such deep conversations with people that just being honest with you, in the past we never would have been able to have. So I hope you had the same experience. I hope you were able to form some relationships that can help you, and that were enabled by maybe a smaller group. And again, deeper conversations. So any parting comments, anything from anybody before we truly wrap up? And I'll see you all in a year. I almost don't want to let you go. You know what I mean? Almost like I don't want to, I'm like, come on, don't leave. We've missed this. It's been so long. I was talking to Stella, and she was like, I haven't seen people in 2 years, a year and a half to 2 years. This is the first time I've been out. It's not quite the same for us. We did a meetup a month ago. But it's almost the same for us. I almost don't want to let you go because, and I certainly don't want to wait another year to see you. Boo. Hey, yeah.
Has anybody stopped to say thank you?
Yeah.
To you personally in this session for putting this on, for putting all the hard work, for working with all your people, because you do it every year, and you are just amazing at it. And you know me, I'm going to say thank you.
Yep. Well, you're very welcome. Yeah. I really appreciate that. We started doing this event. If you're here for the first time, how about I end on this, right? And you're thinking to yourself, thank God, which I don't blame you. I'd be thinking the same thing. We started this event because I've been in the game for a while, and I've been in tech for about 20 years, and I've been in open source for about 15. And when I first got in, those of you that don't know, I'm from West Virginia, rural West Virginia, and it's a great place. But I mean, my dad was a coal miner for 36 years, 37 years, depending on how you count it. And while, my dad was a technical person, I was not raised around tech. I was never exposed to technology. I'm old enough to remember when tech was very, very expensive. To even buy a computer, we could never really afford a computer. It just wasn't a possibility for us. So when I first got into tech, was introduced, I was very interested in it. But I was late getting in. I was late getting in, and I just know so many other people that were in that boat. So when I first went to tech events, I'll be honest, I couldn't afford the more expensive ones. I had no budget. Are you kidding me? So going to an expensive conference was totally out of the question for me. There was no way that was ever going to happen. The only time I ever went to an expensive conference, one year I managed to get sponsored by someone, and they covered my registration cost. And I thought that was the best thing ever, and to this day, I still remember who did that, and I thank them for doing that for me. But it was a great experience. But on the other hand, what we also reasoned was, God, if this is me, got to be a lot of other people out there like me, and we can make contributions. So we've always viewed tech events as a seat at the table. There are decisions that are made at events. People that run these projects and that are in charge of these projects meet at events like this. So we reason, golly, if they're so exclusive and if the gate to get in is so high, but yet we want more people in tech, and we want a more diverse group of people involved. Is that logical? I mean, that didn't even make sense to me. Like, I can't even connect the dots. So we wanted to create an event that, was accessible, and it was easy to get into, and that price would never be a barrier, that people would feel welcome once they got there, that when they got in, they would say, I don't know much, I'm here to learn, but gosh, they sure are nice, and that's enough to get me started. So that's the whole approach, and has been for now going on 10 years behind All Things Open. That's how this thing started, was that, honestly, I went to a few events. Just shooting you straight, being honest. I don't know. I didn't feel that welcome. I just didn't. Okay. See ya. So anyway, I will end on that note. That is how this whole thing got started. That's why we're here. And we look forward to seeing you in 2022. How about that? Thank you all. All right. Later.